very special night here in St. Louis, and along with Rick Horton, I'm Dan McLaughlin. The Braves and Cardinals playing in Game 1 of this weekend set. Baseball, though, as far as tonight is concerned, focuses on Tony La Russa, the Cardinals' former manager, and his number will be retired tonight.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Since last October, Cardinal Nation has rejoiced in the success of a team that added to the rich legacy of the franchise with one of the most thrilling championship runs in baseball history. Tonight, we come together to recognize the cornerstone of last year's championship team and the leader responsible for a golden era of Cardinals baseball. Tonight, we celebrate the illustrious career of Tony La Russa. In 16 seasons at the helm of the Cardinals, Tony La Russa guided the St. Louis team to 8 division titles, 3 National League pennants, and 2 World Series championships. The Redbirds finished 3rd or better in 13 of Tony's 16 seasons as manager, and 13 times the franchise broke the 3 million mark in attendance. He retired with 1,408 wins as Cardinal manager, the most in franchise history, surpassed Hall of Famers Red Schoendienst and Whitey Herzog. After starting his magnificent career with the Chicago White Sox in 1979, Tony led the White Sox to an American League West Division title in 1983. He also guided the Oakland Athletics to 4 division titles, 3 American League pennants, and the 1989 World Series championship. After 33 seasons as a big league manager, Tony ranks 3rd all-time in the managerial wins behind Connie Mack and John McGraw. He also ranks 2nd all-time in postseason wins behind one of our good friends, Mr. Joe Torre. It's only fitting that a man with such a remarkable success in both leagues could accumulate such a tremendous group of personalities to salute him here tonight. Tonight's VIP guest reads like a list of who's who in baseball greats. Let's start where Tony did with the White Sox. Please welcome the owner of the Chicago White Sox, Jerry Reinsdorf. Jerry's here, and he'll join us a little later. And also, the general manager of the White Sox during Tony's tenure, our good friend Roland Heeman. Roland? Players under Tony in Chicago and now coaches for the Atlanta Braves, Greg Walker and Scott Fletcher. And please join us in welcoming the former owner of the Oakland A's, Wally Haas. And from those great Oakland teams with 3 consecutive pennants and 1 world championship, the Aces, Dave Stewart, Bob Welch, and representing Tony's tenure here in St. Louis and in Oakland, Mark McGwire and Barry Weinberg. And more aces this time with the Cardinals, Matt Morris, Andy Bennis, and Alan Bennis. And the man who helped bring Tony to St. Louis, Mr. Walt Jocketty. And along with Tony, he brought playoff baseball back to St. Louis after 9 seasons, Mr. Brian Jordan. BJ. La Russa's Cardinal teams posted a National League best of 913 wins during the decade of the 20s. 33 postseason games during that same time. Please welcome Jimmy Edmonds, And David Eckstein. David? And representing the current team, Tony's former catcher and our current manager, Mike Matheny. The wife of Hall of Fame broadcaster Jack Buck, Carol Buck, is with us. And the only manager with more wins in the postseason than Tony is Joe Torre. And if our list of VIPs was not strong enough, how about this? Please welcome Hall of Famers Tom Seaver, Bob Gibson, Lou Brock, Red Schoendienst, and Dennis Eckersley. And Tony's former teammate with the A's and the man who has been by Tony's side since 1983, his longtime friend and pitching coach, Mr. Dave Duncan. And seated next to Dave, the true manager of the La Russa home team, Tony's wife, Elaine. And representing the St. Louis Cardinals organization, please welcome Chairman of the Board and Managing Partner, Bill DeWitt, Jr. And the President of the St. Louis Cardinals, Bill DeWitt III. And our General Manager, John Mozeliak. And finally, representing the city of St. Louis, we have Mayor Francis Slay. Tony La Russa has earned a permanent spot in the hearts of Cardinal fans and an open invitation to return to Busch Stadium at any time. Today, Mayor Slay would also like to broaden that invitation by presenting Tony with the key to the city. Mayor?
Tony, I'm here representing the people of St. Louis, and on their behalf, I want to thank you for your many contributions to our city and region, on and off the field. And on their behalf, I'd like to present you a key to the city. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor. And our next speaker, Hall of Famer Tom Seaver. Thomas?
I'll try to be as gentle as I can to Tony. One of the joys that you have as a professional baseball, you get to meet and play for some wonderful men. And the first one I had was Gil Hodges, led us to a world championship in 1969. And it's been a couple years with Tony, which was just about as equally as delightful as I possibly could have as a manager. And I give him my congratulations.
Thank you, Thomas. A 20-game winner, 4 consecutive seasons, and a big part of that Oakland dynasty, Mr. Dave Stewart. David?
It's a pleasure to be here. A sign of greatness is a man that can communicate, who's prepared, who understands his players. And the teams that I played for, that we played for in the 80s, going into the 90s, we couldn't have done what we did or accomplished the things that we accomplished without great leadership. Tony La Russa is by far the best that I've ever played for. And you in St. Louis should feel very fortunate that he had an opportunity to be here with you for 16 years. I'd like to say congratulations This day is much overdue. Probably should have retired it while he was still managing. Thank you very much for having me here to be a part of this festivity. Tony La Russa, the best that I've ever played for.
Thank you, David. And now representing this current Cardinal team, Mr. Adam Wainwright. Adam?
How y'all doing? I want you up here because I want to make sure I address this to you. On behalf of our whole team, I really want to say thank you for all the amazing lessons you've taught us, teaching us how to be tenacious in every moment of the game. And I think if you look around at the Cardinal history, you see players who are tenacious. And the reason the tradition and the history are so great here because Tony La Russa and great guys like him before him have instilled in us that tenacious attitude. That's why we didn't take one play off last year, and that's why we were able to do great things down the stretch. No. I think a baseball player in St. Louis has got it probably as good as you could ever have it, but to come into the league and play for a Hall of Fame type manager, not a Hall of Fame type, a Hall of Fame manager, maybe the best ever, to play for a city like this and in a fan base like this, we couldn't be more blessed, we couldn't be more spoiled. We appreciate everything you've done for us, and we just love you.
And our last speaker knows what it is like to manage in St. Louis, and also he knows what it is to manage against Tony in the postseason. Please welcome our good friend Joe Torre. Joseph?
Thank you, Michael. I was lucky. I got a chance to meet Tony La Russa when he was managing Oakland and I was a broadcaster. We picked each other's brains. Mine was a little easier to pick than his. But the one thing I can tell you, once you get to know him, and I think you experienced that right here in this city, that he's a very special manager, very special individual. And the thing I know the people of St. Louis will always embrace is that he cares very, very much, and it's important for him to win for the fans. He commands the respect of his players, and I can tell you firsthand, I hated managing against him. And I take that back. I hated him. But the one thing that always existed was the respect that he earned from the people that managed across the field from him. Thank you for having me back, and I'm really touched, Tony, that you asked me to be a part of this. Good luck.
And at this time, I'd like to bring to the podium the chairman of the board and managing partner, Mr. Bill DeWitt, Jr.
Thanks, Mike. Tony, it's a great pleasure to honor you this evening for everything you have done for the Cardinals organization. The La Russa years will always be remembered as one of the greatest eras in Cardinal history. When you came to St. Louis, you chose the number 10 to symbolize the goal of winning the 10th Cardinals World Championship. But true to your competitive spirit, once 10 was achieved, you set your sights on number 11. And what a masterful job you did last year to make that happen. And now we have a few special gifts on this memorable day. First, we have a framed jersey with an inscription commemorating today's ceremony. And over here, we have one of your trademark fungos dipped in gold, together with plaques inscribed with your Cardinals achievements. We are also making contributions in your name in the total amount of $100,000 to your two favorite charities, the Animal Rescue Foundation and Cardinals Care, which you were so helpful in creating 15 years ago. And now, the moment has come to have you join the other Cardinals legends. Please look to the left center field wall for the official unveiling of the now retired, permanently and forever, number 10. Congratulations.
Does anybody else want to try to do this for me? You know, I thought the important place to start is with priority one, and I appreciate the response, the welcome, but I know that the number one reason we've got 40,000 plus here today is to watch a baseball game between two great teams. So I'll get out of the way by just mentioning a few things. You know, first of all, when I was told by Bill about the number, fair to say I was reluctant. And then I got excited and I started calling some of the guys that are part of that history. And the first bunch of calls I got, they were all busy. And if you look closely, most of the guys that I have behind me are pitchers. And I called them, and I'm sorry. Then I said, Dave Duncan will be here. Oh, I can make it. Now, a bit of history. The winter of '95, it was time to leave the A's and wondering where to go. Sparky Anderson has said before you retire, try the National League. You'll love that kind of baseball. And the Cardinals were looking for a manager, and Walt Jocketty used some strategy. We had a dinner in Oakland to honor Mr. Haas. He made sure that he talked to Dunk all night about this great young pitching that was in St. Louis. Those two guys are seated behind me, Alan Bendis and Matt Morris. Then, when the night was over, Dunk said, you know where we're going next year? And he knew that it wasn't a question of where I managed, it's wherever he coached. That's where I wanted to manage, and he said St. Louis. So 16 years later, it was all about Walt, Matt Morris, Alan Bendis, and Dave Duncan. Really appreciate the history that's reflected tonight. The White Sox, that first opportunity, had some great times there, won one time, ended up a couple of years with Tom Seaver. Saw him before we came over here, and he was very disappointed this was not a roast and more a toast. Then you go to Oakland. If ever there was a push button type of managing team, that was the A's. And you see the guys back here, the club had everything plus attitude and competitiveness. Those 10 years were golden. I wish there was time for me to tell you something about each and every one of them, but I'll tell you a quick story. The first pitcher we chose, Dave and I chose to pitch the first game against the Red Sox and Rogers Clemens, was a certain guy named Dave Stewart. I called him in his hotel room because I wanted to give him the news. Picked up the phone, and I heard this voice, "Hello?" And I said, "Mrs. Stewart, can I talk to Dave?" "This is Dave. I find out who this is, I'm going to kick your butt." Then we had guys like, Bob Welsh won 27 games in one season. Dennis Eckersley, I mean, it goes on and on. Come to St. Louis. I knew the history because of my dad in Tampa. She told me, take me to St. Pete to watch those games. And the whole time here, the welcome, the ability to be around, the great history, and quite a few are behind me, Gibby, Lou, and one guy in particular. This has special meaning to me. If any of you were here during batting practice when the pitchers were hitting, almost always I would shag in left field with a certain person, and we would talk. Many times he would try to correct all the mistakes I was making. But one of my favorite times of every home game was to stand in left field right in front of those numbers and share some minutes with Red Schoendienst. All right, quick. Then we go 1996, first year we win. Brian Jordan made that win happening. Since then, from 2000 on, it's just been a great ride. We brought along guys like Mike Matheny, Jim Edmonds, Darryl Kyle, Pat Hinkins, goes on and on. Bring in a guy that's the toughest individual I've ever had on the ball club, which is David Eckstein. And through it all for 30-plus years, I had one humongous asset without which would have had no chance. I had a family back in California that allowed me to go to the park early, stay late, made sacrifices. There was never extended family where we lived. It was always our two daughters and the one lady that was mother, father, and I can't ever thank her enough, my wife Elaine. Two last things. Number one, I hope that this October we'll see a playoff series between a legendary, historic team like the Atlanta Braves. Hope Chipper plays in the playoffs in his last year. Freddie, good luck. And the St. Louis Cardinals. So here's my last thing. Been through this a couple times. What you get is my opinion. What does having the number out there mean to me? I don't take it personal. Just like career wins. I never took them personal. I don't take this personal. This is about an organization starting with ownership, front office, players that were developed in the system, players at the big league level, a total organization, and in this particular town, the psychological edge we get from 3 million fans coming out to watch us. So this is what it means to me. And you can agree or ignore it. You be just like the players. Whenever you see 10 out there, it represents the organization from top to bottom and the fans who have supported us and allowed us to keep spending money and bringing in talent. Thank you very much.
We get set for baseball now, but Rick, Tony La Russa, pretty emotional.
Very emotional night for Tony. He said the game is the priority, but I think we can have two priorities tonight, and this one is honoring Tony La Russa and his wonderful managerial career, number 10 on the outfield wall. And as he said, the priority is next, and that's a game with the Atlanta Braves.
Special night here on Fox Sports Midwest. Stay with us. Tony will be in the booth at some point tonight, we hope, as well. And we've got baseball, Braves and Cardinals coming up. in 5 games that year because of games like this. Solid defense behind Tony Womack. They also had great pitching from Woody Williams, and they manufactured runs. Mike Matheny's suicide squeeze in the 6th was one of his 2 runs driven in on the night. 5-1 was the final from Old Busch Stadium, and just one of the 1,408 wins for former manager Tony La Russa. We've got baseball here tonight. The 2012 version of the St. Louis Cardinals playing host to the Atlanta Braves. We're at Busch Stadium in St. Louis. It is sold out this evening. Chipper Jones, his final visit, and he's in the lineup tonight. Baseball coming up. Times are waiting. Grab some buds. By your Mid-America Chevy dealers, the #1 selling brand in St. Louis. Find us at stlchevy.com. By Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers, #1 for quality tires and expert auto service. And by Steak and Shake, just no equal. Rick Horton and Dan McLaughlin with you from Busch Stadium in St. Louis. There's the #10. That's the outfield grass in center. Arches also cut into the grass. Baseball City, USA, right here, St. Louis, Missouri. Michael Bourne will lead it off, the speedster for Freddie Gonzalez and the Braves. Martin Prado and Freddie Freeman. Then Dan Ugla, second baseman that bats cleanup. Brian McCann off to a slow start. Chipper Jones, Jason Hayward, Tyler Pasternicki, and Mike Minor. Windows 71. Pair of lefties tonight. Let's tell you about the first, and that's Jaime Garcia.
We mentioned that Garcia was not very good in his last outing against Houston, but for the most part, he has been good. In his 4 starts, 2-0 record, 2.49 ERA, and the walks have been fairly low for Garcia. He's going to face 4 left-handers in the Braves lineup. They're guys that they're going to keep playing against left-handed pitchers. That's Bourne, Freeman, McCann, and Hayward. That's a big part of their offense. I'm going to be very interested to see how he handles the lefties tonight.
Jaime finishing up those warm-up tosses. Around the horn brought to you by Dobbs. Holiday, Jay, and Beltran in the outfield. Matt Carpenter gets the start at third for Kyle Green and Craig along the infield. Behind the plate, Yadier Molina. And on the mound, it's Jaime Garcia. We were hoping that Lance Berkman would be available tonight for Mike Matheny, but that is not the case, and it's now 22 days that we have not seen the switch hitter.
I wonder if him batting from the right side against a left-handed starter might be part of the reason to just give him one more day. And, you know, when you really want to make sure a guy's right, too. I think that's the real bottom line, and Cardinals at least waiting one more day, perhaps more.
Here's Michael Bourne, who's batting .319, and the first pitch is a strike. Cardinals have jumped out to a lead in the Central Division of 3.5 games. They are 20-11, and they've done that primarily without Berkman, without Carpenter. So some pretty big names that have not contributed all that much this year. That's a nasty pitch to the lefty Bourne.
Braves off to a good start too, Dan. They're 19-13, and they're playing in the toughest division in the National League. That's the National League East. They're still chasing Washington and just a half a game ahead of New York.
There's a base hit for Bourne on a pitch that was up on 1-2. And here is that game within the game. Great base stealer in Bourne, and one of the best behind the plate in Yadier Molina. Michael Bourne trying to start a new hitting streak. His 12-game streak was snapped in their last ball game.
And nice to see Yadi back in the lineup after bruising the back of his hand. He took a pitch from Mitchell Boggs that he thought was going to be a slider, and Mitchell threw a sinker and it hit him right in the back of the hand. And boy, for a moment, Dan, we feared the worst, but Yadi got through the bruise rather quickly.
Martin Prado has been dealing with a sore left elbow, and that's why you see the protective gear on that elbow. Also has been dealing with the flu, missed a couple of games this past week as Atlanta is finishing up their road trip here in St. Louis. 3 different stops in a 10-day road trip. They swept Colorado, lost 2 out of 3 against the Chicago Cubs, and beginning play tonight in St. Louis. Pitch is in the dirt, scoots away from Molina, but Bourne did not read it. He's frustrated with himself.
Not sure he got enough help from Martin Prado either, as that ball got underneath Molina. That's one of the jobs of the batter, is to let the base runner know that that ball got away and you might be able to take second base.
Really one bad pitch in the last start for Jaime Garcia. An 0-2 mistake with the bases loaded turned into a grand slam. That was against Houston, and there's a high strike. One ball, one strike on Martin Prado. And it's a check on the runner, and that's Bourne. You have to keep your eye out on Michael Bourne. Led the majors with 61 steals a season ago. That's down the right field line, slicing, and a fair ball. Into the corner it goes, and touched by a fan, it looks like. So Bourne and the Atlanta Braves can't catch a break here. He would have scored easily. It's a double for Martin Prado.
Take a look at the speed of Michael Bourne. Reads that ball down the line, and he definitely would have scored. He just runs like the wind. We've seen him do that before. Not really a well hit ball, but just perfectly placed. Prado can hit when he's right. He's very good.
Big question is when he's right, and again dealing with injury as of late. And here's Freddie Freeman. Outstanding rookie campaign a year ago. Freeman won the Triple Crown among rookie hitters in the National League. Finished second to his teammate for the Rookie of the Year. Kimbrel won that award in the National League last year. The 1-0 pitch. 2-0. Hit .282. Knocked out 21 home runs. Drove in 76. 32 doubles. Runners at second and third for Atlanta. The 2-0 pitch. 3-0, and Uggla's on deck.
Again, I mentioned Jaime Garcia against left-handers. It's really been an issue with him over the last year and a half or so. He's not gotten lefties out as he did when he first came up. He had the ability to get ahead of them and then put them away, and he's just been kind of unable to finish off left-handers. And I think the slider is really the pitch that will do that. You've seen a good curveball from Garcia, and really interesting pitcher because you just don't know what his best pitch is going to be on any given day. Could be his changeup.
Garcia in trouble here in this first inning. The 3-1 pitch is in the dirt. It's a walk. And now the first 3 have reached. Bases are loaded. And a very dangerous man at the plate in Dan Uggla. Clearly the Cardinals and Derek Lilliquist don't like what they see. A couple of starts ago, Rick, when you looked at Jaime Garcia, He did not tag up from third base when he was running. It was a day game on a Sunday afternoon. He went back out to pitch after that inning. Got roughed up, took a loss. Last time out, just one mistake really was the 0-2 mistake and a grand slam by Chris Johnson. And now tonight, the concern that you get with Garcia, one bad pitch, one bad inning, does he unravel?
Well, adjusting is the thing that he's worked on throughout his career. Adjusting quickly enough to be able to know, number one, what his best pitch is on that particular day, get some help with the catcher on that, but then stopping negative momentum in a hurry.
This is tapped foul by Uggla.
When things start to unravel, Dan, the game starts to go so quickly, and you almost feel like you're not in control of it anymore. And that's the time to step off the back of the mound, maybe take a deep breath, kind of forget about what's happened, and just start over again. And it's easier said than done to do that.
Bases loaded. Nobody out. The 0-1 pitch. 0-2. Just look at the body of a guy like Dan Uggla, that upper body. And again, he's a second baseman batting cleanup. You don't hear that combination very often.
Swung over top of that changeup. He does have a lot of pop. Talk about streaky players.
Terrible first half, pretty good second half last year. And a long hitting streak, too. Uggla swing and a miss. Big strikeout for Garcia.
Very good off-speed pitches in this at-bat. That's a breaking ball down and in. Snaps it off. Keeps the ball low. Pretty important way to get those big, strong guys out, Dan, is to make sure you're changing speeds well enough and let them get themselves out by being over-anxious. Uggla may be trying to do too much, over-swinging.
Here's Brian McCann. Outstanding player, the catcher of the Atlanta Braves. He's won 5 Silver Slugger Awards, 6 trips to the All-Star game. Tremendous talent. When you collapse like the Braves did last year, Rick, as you all know, fingers will be pointed at individual performances, and one of those guys was McCann. We later found out that he was fighting a pretty tough injury the entire final 6 weeks, in which he hit just about 170.
There were probably 25 guys that were pointing fingers at themselves the way things happened in the last 6 weeks of that season. What could I have done differently?
That ball scoots away and a run will score. It's a second ball that has gotten away from Molina here in the first inning. And again, it's worth noting, as you pointed out before, he's dealing with that sore wrist in that hand area. That ball, doesn't matter if he had a perfect wrist and not a sore hand, because he was not going to get to that, it looked like.
Well, it missed the spot, number one, and then it just kept running. It had outstanding movement, and that's a good thing, but you need to have controlled movement.
Runners at second and third, and the 3-0 pitch is taken for a strike. On deck, the future Hall of Famer Chipper Jones, one of the great switch hitters of all time. 3-1 pitch. 3-2. And knowing the fan base that we have here in St. Louis, they'll understand the significance of Chipper Jones' final visit to town.
No doubt.
Count is full with runners at second and third for Brian McCann. McCann with a fly ball into shallow center. Catch is made. Strong throw back in, 2 away. Big out.
Batting sixth, number 10, third baseman Chipper Jones.
Nice gesture there from Yadier Molina and the fans. It looked like Yadi intentionally called time and allowed the fans to applaud Chipper Jones, and a swing and a miss.
Well, you can express your appreciation of Chipper Jones and still help he strikes out. You can do both within a few minutes.
And I think that's what everybody's hoping for right now. Here's a 0-1 pitch. Chipper off to a good start. Recent as March 26th that Chipper Jones had knee surgery. And he's had both knees surgically repaired here in the last 2 years.
I love that moment right there at the plate with Chipper Jones.
That gets away from Molina. 2-0 Atlanta.
Clearly, Yadi is affected by how his hand feels. It's pitch high and away, and Yadi just can't hang on to it. Well, of course, the ball's running a lot from Garcia. That's something you have to be aware of. A lot like Mitchell Boggs, the ball just takes off.
So 2 pass balls and a 2-0 lead. 2-2 the count.
That would be a little disconcerting for Mike Matheny to watch his catcher, his Gold Glove catcher, with 2 pass balls from the first inning. Even that, catching it gingerly, a little defensively.
The 3-2 pitch to Chipper. Taken low. 2 walks in the inning, 2 pass balls, 2 base hits, and 2 outs. With 2 on, it'll be Hayward who digs in.
Fourth left-hander of the inning. Here's a guy that was kind of a can't-miss superstar.
Still might be.
And he still might be. I'd like to have him. Although, if the Cardinals had him, their problem would even get bigger as to where to play everybody when Lance Berkman comes off the disabled list. Now we'd really have problems.
Good problems to have, though. You've got talent. Hayward has moved off the plate a little bit, and what teams were doing last year to get him out is to pound him inside. I mean, that's all they did was run the ball inside on him, and you can see he's backed off the plate. Last pitch, even Molina set up inside. I'm sure Garcia probably gave Hayward a little bit too much of the plate there. So again, they set up inside. Let's see if they do that all weekend here with Jason Hayward. Floater into center. The Braves will strand 2, but they pick up 2 on pass balls. Tony La Russa is coming up next. in Arizona. Remember, he was crossed up with Mitchell Boggs, and that's at 96 miles an hour. It catches the hand, the wrist area, sat out a game, off day yesterday. And just moments ago, you had this pitch that got away from Molina. And there was a couple that were charged against him. Molina frustrated, obviously, and went into the tunnel to be checked on. And you don't see that very often, that kind of emotion from Yadier Molina in frustration. Joining us is the man of the night, and that's former Cardinals manager Tony La Russa. And first and foremost, Tony, congratulations on what is a terrific night for you and your family, obviously. But that's not good news to see there with Yadier Molina, is it?
Well, I said at the beginning, the priority is the game tonight. That's why the fans are here. And when something as key as Yadi is not right and he wasn't right, then we're all concerned.
Well, you get a chance now. You see number 10 out there plainly in the grass. You see number 10 on the wall in your picture. What's going through your mind right now?
Well, it's overwhelming, Dan. I just can't thank Bill DeWitt and the owners and the organization for making this happen, and then the response of the people from the past to show up tonight. It's an overwhelming experience, and I tried to say that I don't take it personally. It has to do with the organization and the fans. Fans, hoping they look out there, they think about themselves.
You know, I wanted to bring that up with you, too, about your relationship with the fans as you get a look at Mr. Happy Flight, Rafael Furcal. But in talking with you last week, you and I were visiting about your relationship with the fans, and it wasn't easy early on when you got to St. Louis, and I know you wanted to say goodbye to the fans in your own way, and yet you had a good problem because your team didn't lose, so you never had a chance to do that properly. But you got the fan base listening tonight. What would you like to say to them?
Well, I hope that, I'd like to listen to my comments, see if it came out right, but there is a very special connection that the players feel when you get the kind of support. I mean, here I heard that 13 out of 16 years, over 3 million people. And there are people that really care about these guys on and off the field. The guys feel that, and that adds some adrenaline. And that adds to the motivation to play well. So whatever we've done good, the fans should feel like they share in it. And hopefully when they see the 10 out there, it's all about them.
You see there, guys like Gibson and Brock and Mr. Buck and some of the greatest names that have ever played Major League Baseball, much less here in St. Louis. There's a liner in right, but the catch sliding by Hayward. And you're out there, Tony. Can you put that in perspective, what that means for you to see those names and all of a sudden you're right by some of the greatest ever?
Honestly, when I think about that, I don't want to be out there. I mean, I think this game is about great players that should get the credit, and you have the wonderful person like Jack, owner like Gussie Busch. But when you put it in those terms, I would just assume they take it down because I don't feel personal about it. But I do think we did have a terrific run here, and everybody contributed as part of that.
I know you felt, as you get a look at John Jay, the second place hitter, you felt Jack Buck and Mike Shannon were very important for you early on in trying to connect with the fan base.
Well, when I came down, it was things were a little bit strange with the Cardinals. And Whitey had left in '90 because he didn't feel like he connected. Then in the years that Joe was here, it wasn't just the typical everything out on the field. There was always some kind of distraction or issues, and we had to fight through that. And I know the fans had a tough time figuring out whether I was an American League manager that shouldn't be here. And I do believe that early on, with the believability, the credibility that those two men had, they figured out that I was okay, and they told people, and I know I got a benefit of the doubt because of them.
You're on the field tonight. How much do you miss it?
I miss what I said, the relationships. I said that in the press room. The relationships, seeing Judy, CJ, Joe, all the people around the Cardinal organization that make it special to be here. I miss that. I miss the players, just messing with them, just like the time we've had with these guys here, kidding, Welsh and Stewart and Seaver. I mean, it's neat. I do not. I left at the right time. I don't need to be back in the dugout. I'd like to do something else.
1 ball and 2 strikes here on John Jay. And that's a base hit out to left. Nice piece of hitting for John Jay. Let's take a look at the lineups and the defense. We'll start for Mike Matheny's club. For Cal, Jay, and Holiday, Beltran, Craig, Molina, Carpenter, Green, and Garcia. Defense around the horn is brought to you by Dobbs, Prado, Bourne, and Hayward in right. We saw him on that sliding catch. Chipper Jones, Pastornicki, Ugla, and Freeman along the infield behind the plate. Very good one, Brian McCann, and that's brought to you by Dobbs. Our guest is Tony La Russa. Moments ago, if you missed it, number officially retired by the St. Louis Cardinals, number 10. And here is Matt Holliday, Cardinal left fielder with 6 home runs and 22 driven in. There's Tom Seaver and the Duncan family, Brian Jordan there as well. Let's talk a little bit about your cohort for 29 years there, Dave Duncan. What did he mean to you?
He is so good, so great, and I thought every year he was better than the year before. And he does the number one thing that coaches need to do, and that is he absolutely was there for the players. The players knew it. There wasn't anything about him that he wanted to advertise or gain any kind of notoriety. And that's part of his greatness, is that players knew that he was there to help them.
1 ball, 1 strike here on Matt Holliday. Long look by Minor. Big rip by Matt. As you compare 2006 to 2011 and the 2 championship teams that you had that won the World Series, what stands out about each of those teams?
Good question, Dan, because they were different. The 2006 team had veterans that were hurt in the second half. We got ahead, and we had to have a guy like Chris Duncan hit 20 home runs. We never get in. The team last year, I think, was one of the great examples that I've been around of just will to win and character. Really worked hard to have a roster full of guys that cared, and they just would not be defeated by the adversity. One thing we had in common was that we had a young bullpen that ended up winning the World Series in 06, and a young bullpen that won in 11. And that is a tough way to win, and you got to give special credit to those young pitchers that stepped up.
Remember reading in 3 Nights in August, your book, you talked about Mike Matheny, his relationship with his wife, hand in hand, walking away one night. Tell me your thoughts on Mike now leading this club and being what really is the face of the franchise now.
Well, he had great leadership qualities when he was a player. He was part of how we get this thing going in the right direction once he got here in 2000. The only thing about Mike that I think that he's got to be careful about is he's very conscientious, and that's one thing I talked to him about. I would never leave the game at home at the park, and it was very difficult for my wife and children. It was very stupid on my part, and he would take a lot of responsibility. The guy, he called a great pitch like the slider, and the guy who hung the slider, was his fault for calling it. And I think as a manager, you just got to be sure that he cuts himself some slack, and as long as he's doing his best, he's got plenty to do it with.
And Mike was one of those guys that was so conscientious, both at the plate, behind the plate. And we just showed a few moments ago about a suicide squeeze with Mike Matheny. And knowing you, Tony, you probably remember that against the Atlanta Braves and Bobby Cox. It was 8 years ago, but I bet you can recall it.
I can recall it, and I never liked putting it on, because when you put a squeeze on with a position player, you're telling him that he thinks it's because you don't think he can hit. And actually what you're trying to say is I have so much confidence in the pitcher, and you're trying to even the matchup up.
There's a strikeout, but I know, Tony, you've got a busy night. You got a lot of guests. We're going to let you go over on the radio side, too. Congratulations. Hall of Fame is the next step.
Thank you, Dan.
You bet. The Atlanta Braves as we move to the top of the second. And the RBI teammates, it's our first take brought to you by First Bank. And many of these players involved in the ball game tonight, Beltran and Freese sitting tonight, but Freeman and Jones are in the lineup. Here's Pastornicky. We saw him in spring training, Tyler Pastornicky, and in many ways this is the future face of their franchise. They've got a few of them, though.
They penciled him in as the starting shortstop, and he was a done deal. But in spring training, there was a young player, Andrelton Simmons, that really impressed and almost took his job away from him. And he's just a young player, 19, I believe, and he had such a good spring training. But Pastornicky's a guy that the reason they were able to let Gonzalez go, the shortstop, is they felt like this kid was ready.
Yeah, they wanted a little bit more offense. Gonzalez noted for his defense, and that's a strike right down the middle. Good to see, by the way. Yadier Molina back out there for the second inning. 3-2 pitch by Jaime. Ground ball towards second. Tyler Green to his right and makes the play. Remind you that group tickets are on sale right now, and that's 25 or more. Come to the ballpark together and get a discount off the gate price in most seating areas. Cardinals.com/groups. It is jam-packed here tonight, jam-packed for this homestand, but still some seats available for tomorrow. Lapel giveaway. Sunday, the David Freese bobblehead. And then Monday and Tuesday, Chicago will be in town. We'll see the rivals, the Chicago Cubs, playing pretty decent right now, too. Here's Mike Minor, the pitcher. 1 ball, 1 strike. Garcia, nice play. 2 outs. What's interesting about Garcia, when you look up and down the lineup and how he has fared this year, number 7 and 8 in the lineup are hitting .484 against him this year. The cleanup hitters of the teams that he's seen so far this year are hitting .087. And sometimes, is that considered, Rick, just a lack of concentration, bottom of the order?
Could be one of the conclusions. It could be just a small sample size, and we'll see how it is at the end of a couple of months if that's still true. And there are times where the 7th and 8th guys are going to get some pitches to hit because you're kind of trying to get. You don't want to walk those guys. You don't want to get through the pitcher. You want to be able to throw a strike and make that guy hit his way on, and maybe they're doing that. Jaime, to me, is dominating as long as his pitches are moving like that. Late movement, hard to handle again for Yadier Molina. He's going to have a long night tonight.
Here's a 1-2, and that's up the middle for Kyle. No play, but just to get to it, nicely done. Base hit for Bourne. That's the second time tonight that he has reached behind in the count with the 2 strikes on him. He's 2 for 2.
Kyle has very good range. Love the effort for Rafi. No chance to throw out the speedy Bourne.
Martin Prado doubled and scored first time.
Michael Bourne stumbled a bit, Dan, as he reached first base. Hit the base a little bit hard, the front of the base, and it kind of bounced up in the air a bit, and kind of awkward. A little hot from Michael Bourne.
Saw Kyle Loesch advancing from second to third the other night. Tweak his hamstring. Went out and pitched a half inning, but was okay after that. Only threw, 73 pitches, I believe, on the night, but was all right. 2 outs and a runner at first for Martin Prado.
Points out how important it is for players to touch the right part of the base. We don't really talk about that a lot, Dan, but they're so used to doing that. They work on it in spring training, just getting their turns properly. When you're running through the base, you're trying to hit you're not trying to hit jam the front part of the base because that might, again, jam your leg, or the back part of the base because you'll slip, and you're always trying to hit the inside corner of second base and third when you're rounding those bases.
Fly ball into right. With some of the great reactions of Tony La Russa throughout the years. Here's a look at Dave Duncan. How about when his son, Chris Duncan, hit his first home run at the old Busch Stadium? Alan Craig leads it off. First pitch, a strike. We're at Busch Stadium in St. Louis, and a gorgeous night for baseball on this Friday night. And look just above the Cardinals bullpen, beyond the wall in right. Coming up on the postgame show, some more of Tony La Russa, as you'll see the Best of Tony TV. Jim Hayes was in the middle of a lot of that. Probably started most of it.
At least encouraged it.
Instigated it, maybe the best word.
Stirring the pot, perhaps?
Yes.
Not Jim.
As Jim said, though, prior to our first pitch, Tony had a very short memory about those kind of things. He was very good about that. And next day, no big deal. Craig pops it up. McCann can't find it. Doesn't know where it is, and it doesn't matter. It's in the seats. So, Jim, did you were you the instigator in those lively chats with Tony in the postgame?
I think you guys know better than that. Just ask the questions. I think Ricky is a secret instigator.
Guilty.
Yeah, there you go.
What was that like, though, Jim, after a tough loss and knowing that you had to ask Tony some of the questions that maybe made him a little uncomfortable, and probably you as well?
Well, there were certain ballparks, like at Wrigley Field, where it's a very small office. It's uncomfortable. So you're packed in there, and you know the local media isn't going to ask anything, so it's on you. So you just go and try to make the best of it. And I realized sometimes I was going to take some bullets from Tony, but as I told you earlier during pregame, Dan, nothing personal, and we were fine 5 minutes later.
Jim, you'll be with some of the dignitaries here at the ballpark tonight. Hall of Famers are here, players, some of the coaches, even front office personnel, owners. Very special night for Tony La Russa as we get a look at Yadier Molina with one out, nobody on. And be interesting to see how Molina swings the bat now, as he struggled clearly to catch the baseball in the top of the first. Looked good there.
Well, you wonder about the pitch on the inside half of the plate, how Yadi handles that pitch, and you also wonder whether or not the Braves are going to pound him in. Minor has a very good fastball, throws it sneaky fast, setting up outside here.
1 ball, 1 strike, and this is a guy who's been roughed up last couple of starts. 15 runs, 18 hits in his past 11 and a third inning. Walked 7. He's given up 4 home runs.
Top draft choice out of Vanderbilt. Has a live arm, good movement. Didn't spend much time in the minor leagues either. Sometimes that's a bad thing. College pitchers, by and large, are spending less and less time in the minor leagues. They'll spend a couple years there. You'll think, well, he's already 25, so let's get him there, especially the good ones.
Strikeout of Yadi. It's 4 in a row and 4 tonight. You're heading out of town. Take us with you. MLB.com at Bat12. Online and on your favorite mobile devices. 31826. Text at bat to that number or Cardinals.com to find out more.
And the comment about a pitcher maybe not spending enough time in the minor leagues doesn't mean he's not good enough to pitch in the big leagues. It means is he good enough to stay there and be as good as he can be.
High fly ball into center. It's at the wall. Goodbye. Just snuck over the wall and a home run for Matt Carpenter. Home run number 2 for Carpenter.
Carpenter had a big hit against the Diamondbacks, and he takes a high fastball and leaves in center field. He has had very good at-bats against left-handed pitchers.
Now Tyler Green. It's a 2-1 lead for Atlanta. Looked like Bourne may have jumped just a little bit too early, and in doing so it snuck over the wall. Two-0 pitch to Green. Reaching for it and foul. Cardinals made the remarkable run to get into postseason play. On the other side, it was a collapse by the Atlanta Braves. They led the wild card by 8.5 games on September the 5th. And when something like that happens, Rick, you wonder about the carryover effect for a franchise. And it's carried over to an extent for the Boston Red Sox and their collapse, but Cardinals had the rally squirrel ready to roll. And the Atlanta Braves, after initially losing some games early on, this has been one of the hottest teams in baseball the last couple of weeks. Record stands at 19-13.
They've always been a classy organization known for pitching. Think about the Atlanta Braves teams in the last 20 years, and you think about Smoltz and Glavine and Maddox. There's so many good pitchers that have been through Atlanta. Now they have good young pitchers that are developing, and they have an extremely young and good bullpen.
Strikeout of Green, and that's 5 in the first 2 innings. Matt Carpenter has given the Cardinals at least a run. It's 2-1. StLouis.com. And right now at Jack in the Box, you can try the new Chipotle Chicken Club Combo for just $4.99 plus tax. Freddie Freeman leads it off for the Atlanta Braves. They have a 2-1 lead on a night that's very special for Tony La Russa and the Cardinals, retiring his number 10. And we saw in the pregame ceremony a Hall of Famer is here, one of many, and that's Tom Seaver standing by with Jim.
All right, actually, I'm in a great row. I got the Duncan family, and I'm with Tom Seaver, who's a little distracted. That ball is foul. Tom, we did agree to do this, didn't we? That's a yes.
I'm talking about my wine right now, so we're doing an advertisement here.
Okay, I know you have a vineyard, so you want to get that out of the way quickly? Sure, go ahead. Plug away.
You know what? The Cardinals have been, so they're pouring my wine here. We have a vineyard in Napa Valley, up valley, near Calistoga on Diamond Mountain, and they're pouring my wine tonight. Here for all the guests, and I love them. I think they're great.
It seems like quite a few people are enjoying it too. Let's talk about Tony La Russa, the man of the hour. You won number 300 when Tony La Russa was managing your team. I'm just curious, what was it like as we see the strikeout? What was it like playing for Tony?
Well, I was very established. Obviously, when I was a compensation pick when I went to the White Sox. And there are a lot of issues in this, in the sense of, I never was going to be able to play in the American League parks. I was never going to be able to play in Fenway Park or the old White Sox Park and all that stuff and see the American League. That was one benefit too. But being away from home while your children are in school, et cetera, was not going to be a pretty thing to have happen. It turned out to be wonderful because Chicago was such a beautiful town. And so many things to do. My children are young enough where you have the museums and you go to the ballpark, you go to the game. We live right downtown.
Let me just. That's an ugly. I'm going to try to catch up on play-by-play. That was a double.
TV or is this radio?
No, this is TV.
Well, they're watching it at home.
Okay, all right.
They're watching. This is the old journalism student at USC. Come on.
I remember that.
They're watching this. They can see what's going on.
What do you think it was that set Tony apart?
One is his energy, two is his focus, and three, there are a number of people. But the first three, and the third is his love for the game, and he also likes people. And you have to be a people person. I think probably more now in this game than when I played. He's very bright. I tip my hat to him. He's very bright. And the other part is that I'm very happy for him because he's doing exactly what the hell he wants to do, and he did it for a long time. And he's going to end up in Cooperstown, New York, and he's very modest, etc. Well, I couldn't, I may not go. I don't know about this. I said, Tony, you're part of history. You don't have a choice. You're part of the history of this wonderful game. You don't have a choice. You're going. You have to go. Period. When he's going to go in, and there'll be tears there when he gets there because he understands the history of the game as well.
Well, you're a part of history. He's part of history. And I consider this discussion a bit of an education for me. Tom, thank you. 311 wins in his career for the Hall of Famer, Tom Seaver, guys.
12 home runs.
12 home runs, too. Sure we get that in. Thank you, Jim. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And that is tap foul. Two and two.
Dan, we want to invite folks to go to foxsportsmidwest.com. We've got some very interesting things up on the website, some debates about Tony's best teams and some things that I think you'll really enjoy. And BJ Raines is part of that. He tweeted something very interesting about Garcia tonight with all the festivities. He got off his timing a bit.
Just inside that right field line, touched by a fan.
And Garcia is a creature of habit and likes things to be done down to the minute and has his kind of normal routine here at home. But this was not a normal routine. He actually started warming up early, and the festivities went longer than the normal game start. And you just wonder whether or not that affected his ability mentally to get ready for this game. Here's that pitch. McCann can just flat out rake. Just inside the bag. Good effort by Allen Craig.
So here's the switch hitting Chipper Jones. One out and a runner at second base. 20 years in the major leagues for Chipper. All with one team. Broke in back in 1993. First overall pick in 1990. Chipper, all these years with the Atlanta Braves. 1-0 pitch. And he rips it into left center. Jones will drive in a run. And he's thinking, too, it was bobbled out and left and sliding in safely. 4-1 Atlanta. It's an error on Holiday, a single RBI for Chipper Jones.
First error for a Cardinal regular outfielder all season long allows Jones to go to second base, and he does just what he's been doing for years and years. This time from the right side against Garcia. That pitch down in the middle of the plate. And a sweet swing of Chipper Jones.
Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's taken low by Jason Heyward. Former teammates right there, Chipper Jones and Rafael Furcal. A little chat as Chipper got to second base. And a 1-1 pitch to Heyward. There's a fly ball out to left. Holiday makes the catch. Jones back to the bag at second. I know Jim is looking forward to tracking down some more interviews tonight. Already heard from Hall of Famer Tom Seaver.
The omnipresent Jim Hayes.
Four to 1 Atlanta. Tyler Pasternicki. See the grass with the outfield. The 10 cut into the grass with the arch as well. One ball, one strike. Hit down the right field line, that's slicing, and that's a fair ball. One hops over the wall. Ground rule double. Jones will score, and it's 5-1.
Most things going the Braves' way. This pitch right down the middle, a mistake for Garcia. He's barely fair down the right field line, but if you make a pitch in the middle of the plate, you're going to get hits like that. Down the line, you'll get blue hits now and again. Still not a good location for Jaime.
And a strike at the knees to Mike Minor. Rick, what have you seen with Garcia? Last couple of starts, at times not very sharp, and we're seeing that tonight.
Yeah, just getting off to a bad start here in the first inning, and again trying to overcome that. The location's not great for Garcia. He doesn't really have the one pitch that you'd say, okay, that pitch is nails tonight. Breaking ball in the dirt. His fastball's been up and been flat a bit too. He's thrown some fastballs that just kind of tail away as opposed to sinking down. And the velocity's not the best Garcia velocity that we've seen. 88, 89 on the fastball.
Here's a 1-2 by Molina, but it'll stay put at third. Doing his charge to Garcia with a wild pitch. 2 pass balls and now this wild pitch.
Even the form there for Yadi's not the typical form. He's not going down to block that ball, and he's certainly not his normal self behind the plate.
Ground ball left side. Matt Carpenter makes the play. Rough start for Garcia. 5-1 midway through 3. Tomorrow at 11 right here on your home of the Cardinals, Fox Sports Midwest. Cardinals have been out hit 7-2 and they trail 5-1. What is a very disappointing night so far, at least inside the game. But before the game, honoring Tony La Russa.
And very fitting that the Cardinals were able to get Tony here, and a lot of his former players and coaches and owners in some cases here at the ballpark, and really an exciting night for Tony, and it should be. And I think it's a chance for maybe the Cardinals fans to kind of put a little closure on 2011. There's certainly been a great celebration over the last 6 weeks, the first 6 weeks of the season, talking about 2011. But I think it's time for the Cardinals to start thinking about 2012. This is a very good team. And the focus, I think, switches tonight, Dan. And the celebration's outstanding. Retiring the number, very deserved for Tony. But Mike Matheny and his bunch tonight, notwithstanding, are off to a very good start.
Jim said he got an education in that interview with Tom Seaver. Jim has a chance, hopefully, to catch up with some others tonight. Saw Duncan there and Eckersley, MVP of the 06 World Series, David Eckstein. A lot of the greats from the past are here. One ball and 2 strikes on Jaime Garcia. It's Walt Jocketty and John Mozeliak. Walt now with Cincinnati and John the GM here in town. That is ripped out to deep right. Hayward is over, and on the track he makes the catch. Off the end of the bat a little too much.
Didn't quite get the sweet spot, but a good swing from Garcia. He's really been working on his hitting, Dan. Pitchers always have that friendly little competition during batting practice. Our Hyundai replay. And Garcia, I think he shortened his stroke a bit. And he almost got that one. We mentioned Garcia's problems with left-handed batters. Dan Miner's been the same way. Lefties this year hitting .361 against Miner.
Good breaking ball and a strike. Rafael Furcal, 2 balls, 1 strike, back to the top of the lineup, and first time through 5 strikeouts for this lefty of Atlanta. Furcal didn't like the call, spun away, 2-2 the count. One on, nobody on, and here's a 3-2 pitch by Miner. Furcal reaches for it, chops it to short. Masternicki. And there's 2 away. Section 372. Just above Big Mac land here at the ballpark. So 2 outs, nobody on, and here's John Jay, who singled to left first time up. Cardinals with just 2 base hits. One of the great reactions of Tony La Russa was seeing him watch the ball go in the glove of Alan Craig in the World Championship of 2011 as we head to break here on Fox Sports Midwest. And you can plan your next Missouri getaway. This is Bass Pro Shops Outdoor World in Springfield, Missouri. It's the granddaddy of all outdoor stores. Fishing, hunting, camping, boating, golf, gifts, footwear, and apparel. Over 300,000 square feet in their showroom. And you can find out more by visitmo.com. Beautiful night, but a quiet night, to say the least. Cardinals trail 5-1. Michael Bourn already up for the third time tonight, and he's 2 for 2 with a pair of singles and a run scored. Good pitch by Jaime. You mentioned the velocity before, and it's not like he has an overpowering fastball, Rick, but it does seem to be a situation where the velocity is not quite where we've seen it before.
And I think he's a guy that really relies on his stuff being perfect, Dan, for him to feel good and feel confident on the mound. And again, you've got to find ways to win when your stuff isn't very good.
It's not an easy play there by Furcal, with that speed of Bourn playing a major factor in his game. Showing off the arm there at short. FoxSportsMidwest.com. Photos of the best Tony La Russa teams. You can debate with our guys. Their rankings are correct. The top players, the 16 years that Tony was here. Tomorrow, come out to the ballpark. You'll get the 2011 World Champions lapel pin, compliments of AT&T. Still a few tickets remain for tomorrow. Cardinals.com/promotions. AT&T lapel pin. Here's Freddie Freeman, called out on strikes in the third. Walked his first time up.
Really, the key for Jaime right now, Dan, is to just not let it get worse. You had a bad start. Give your team a chance to win. Figure out something that's going to work tonight with a little bit lower velocity, a little less command. Keep your team in the game, and you never know what might happen.
And there's a strikeout for Jaime Garcia. His first 1-2-3 inning. Holiday, Beltran, and Gray coming up. And it's the Cubs and Brewers. Fox Saturday Baseball presented by Chevrolet. 11:30 following MLB Player Poll, which airs at a special time. Beautiful night here in St. Louis. Cardinals trail, though, by the score of 5-1.
In one of those nights, Dan, you're just thankful to be a part of kind of baseball history, to be in the ballpark with Tony La Russa's number getting retired. It's something that will be remembered for a long time in Cardinal Nation, and certainly a tremendous honor. You look at the few names that are on the outfield wall here, and really a big moment. Chipper Jones being in the ballpark, a really nice round of applause for him. There's those numbers. Very few of them retired, and Tony's now added to that list. I know an emotional night for him.
1-2 the count.
But we'll say again, Dan, I think it's going to be a time, and maybe that time is tomorrow, where 2011 is something we talk about less and less and less, and start talking about the baseball that we're seeing in 2012 and give this team its credit. And they deserve some credit, playing 9 games over 500 in the early going. Been leading throughout. And love to chase another one of those.
One-two pitch to Holiday. Pitch earlier in his first at bat right there that he chased and waved at. On the outside corner, strikeout of Holiday. Having words with our home plate umpire, but looked to be a pretty good pitch. Get a better look, I'm sure, here.
Got the sense he was saying he can't have both sides of the plate, give him one or the other. And that was a strike.
It's 6 strikeouts for Minor so far.
4 of them looking.
Got a lot of late movement on his pitches, we've noticed tonight. Beltran looks at a strike.
The video that we saw of him before the game, his fastball was straighter than that. He was throwing the good hard four-seamer inside on right-handers, and he's thrown a few of those tonight, but didn't quite see that tailing action that we're seeing on the strikeouts here tonight. That's a good combination to have. You get a ball moving away from a righty on the outside half and one moving in towards the hands. You're going away from the center of the bat in both cases. There's that good fastball low and in. His command's very good tonight.
1-2 the count. Far will it go? Big Mac Land! Into Big Mac Land! Home run number 11 for Beltran, and he has 28 driven in. That is one of the longest home runs you will see. It's our Nissan drive of the game.
We've seen him hit long ones from the left side and the right side. And Beltran just unloaded. Home run number 11. We've seen more power from the left side from Beltran.
Now Allen Craig, and it's 5-2.
That's just his second homer right-handed, Dan, and both of them have been bombs.
Craig the other way. Hayward is back. He's at the wall. Yes! Sneaks over the wall. And the Cardinals go back to back. Beltran. Now Craig. And they're back in this game.
Cardinals went back-to-back twice in Arizona in the same game. And Allen Craig was part of one of those. And so was Carlos Beltran. Tonight, it's Beltran and Craig doing it. Cardinals back in it.
Here's a 1-0 pitch. Talk about David Freese and his opposite field power that he possesses. Allen Craig, same thing, Rick.
They both have similar strokes, Freese and Craig the other way, where they just keep their hands inside the ball and just drive it. I'm not sure it's their most power the other way, but they have much better than average power the other way. They both can turn on the ball, too. We've seen Craig hit some long ones to left. He's certainly capable of doing that. There were a lot of Cardinals today during batting practice, Dan, working, one after another, working on their opposite field stroke. Holiday and Beltran and Berkman, Craig, one after another, just driving the ball the other way.
Here's a 2-2. Popped up. Shallow left. 2 away. Brings in Matt Carpenter. The Cardinals with 3 home runs tonight. All 3 have been solo home runs. Carpenter's home run, his second of the year. He's driven in 17. 2 outs and the 0-1. Taken for a ball. That was a strike on Holiday. And with the lefty up, call the ball. Again, it goes back to your argument. Both sides of the plate.
Well, that's what hitters don't want. Pitchers do want it.
5 back-to-back home runs this year. And Beltran involved in 3 of those.
Power has been a part of the story of this Cardinals team in 2012. They've shown a lot more of it than we expected. Leading the National League in home runs. They now have 43 as a team. Next highest team is the Milwaukee Brewers at 36.
Fly ball out to shallow left. Cardinals go back-to-back here in the home half of the 4th. Carlos Beltran with home run number 11 into Big Mac land. Allen Craig. He would go to the opposite field. That's his 4th. And with that, it's now a 5-3 Atlanta lead as we head to the 5th. home run hitters for St. Louis: Matt Carpenter, Alan Craig, and Carlos Beltran. 3 solo home runs tonight, and it's now a 5-3 Atlanta lead. Uggla, McCann, and Jones. Uggla is 1 for 2. Pulls one foul. In just a moment, we're going to hear from Dennis Eckersley, the Hall of Famer. Tony La Russa, Dave Duncan changed his career as Eckersley became one of the all-time great closers in baseball history. Former starter. There's a strikeout for Garcia. And let's check in with Jim.
Yeah, and the story behind you going to the bullpen and becoming an elite closer, there's an element of happenstance. It was an accident, right, where Tony made the decision for you to close. You were going to be a setup guy until an injury.
Lucky for both of us. You know, I went kicking. I didn't want to be in the bullpen. Nobody wants to be in the bullpen mopping up or caddying for another starting pitcher. I got really lucky. We both got lucky. You know, that was the ground floor of some great teams.
I would assume you had to have a lot of trust in Tony when he said this is the right thing to do.
Well, I mean, it just all sort of worked out. You get an opportunity in this game, and you make the most of it. And physically, I was better, you know, and I took to it. And not only that, you know, we're the ball club that's winning all the time, and I'm not the only one. I mean, he orchestrates. You saw it last year in the playoffs, especially the NLCS, how he orchestrated the whole bullpen the last 4 or 5 innings of the game. And that I saw the ground floor of that 30 years ago, 25 years ago.
A base hit for Chipper Jones, and for you to get the invite to come here, obviously it was important to be here.
Absolutely. This guy, this is family. He's a very dear friend of mine. You know, when you play together and he's the manager, you have to have distance, believe me. And I always had fond affection for him, but he was the boss. And so as times went on, I mean, it's been a long time since I retired, and I'm friendlier now than, I mean, he's one of my favorite people in the world. And it's kind of sad in a way that he's gone. I'm surprised that he's gone. This stuff is happening so quickly. And obviously the Hall of Fame's right around the corner, and I'm going to be there for that too.
Very nice. I enjoyed the visit. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Danny.
Thank you, Jim. And Dennis Eckersley, remember, was in St. Louis when Tony first got here. I think Rick sometimes kind of forget that Eckersley was wearing a Cardinal uniform at the end of his career.
And he was outstanding. What I always remember about Eck so much is him talking about how nervous he was, even as a veteran pitcher who'd been around this for a long time. He said he could just barely get through the 9th inning of the game, yet he looked so calm, cool, and collected. And he had incredible command of the strike zone, too. You look at the numbers of Eckersley as a starter and out of the bullpen, and he just rarely walked a batter. And yet he had this internal almost battle going on, handling the nerves that he felt. And I think he used to say that was part of what being a competitor was all about, having those nerves and then channeling.
Remember, what he also said was when he blew a save, which was few and far between, couldn't wait for the media to come in and talk to him about it. And he was gracious always when he blew a save, but he wanted to talk about it, get it out of the way, and move on. And in his mind, it was easier after a blown save to talk about that than it was picking up the save. Garcia, is he starting to settle in? It's now 5-3 midway through 5. Budweiser is beginning to have fans be a part of the. Go ahead, Rick.
The second Stein in the championship series, highlighting the Cardinals 2011 World Series win over the Texas Rangers, Dan. You can log on to Cardinals.com, get your tickets.
Then I looked up. I thought something was happening.
It's called a Stein. It's called a championship Stein.
I'm all over it. Those things happen sometimes.
I know they do.
I look there, look this way, look back down. What's going on here? Here's Tyler Green.
It's all good.
Green lifts it in the air to center. And backing up to make the catch, Mr. Bourne. Well, there is the aforementioned Tony West. We always talk about Tony and being one of the hardest workers that we have at Fox Sports Midwest. And he does all the events and gets many of the shots that you see outside of the stadium. And Tony working hard right now.
My understanding is he goes to different sections during the game and says, if you buy me a hot dog, I'll put you on TV. And then he really doesn't. I understand that's how T works. Is there any truth to that?
Well, I mentioned before that he's chasing children a lot of times, trying to get their pennants, their hats, their
giveaways, and all that.
But he's a nice man.
I think he's looking for dinner. That's what I think he's doing.
He can't hear us right now, though.
I know. That's why I like it.
No headset, so he doesn't know.
He's always all smiles, though, isn't he? Outstanding. Got to work with.
That's taken for a ball. Also, many of the shots that you see down on the field before the game, it's done by Tony West. Garcia flied out to deep right field his first time up. 0 for 1. That was back into third. On the outside corner, a strikeout of Garcia. What's on Tap is brought to you by Budweiser. Beachy and Wainwright tomorrow. Good matchup. Note the start time will come your way at 5:30. That's brought to you by Budweiser.
It'd be fun to watch Adam Wainwright get back on the mound. He has the perfect trajectory going. Slow start in April. He's got a little bit better. First start in May. Much better the second start. So I just think he's very close, if not already back to his normal Adam Wainwright form. And I got to say, Dan, I enjoyed many of the folks that talked before the game today. But one of the special moments to me was when Adam Wainwright had Tony stand up and he said, because I want you to know I'm saying this to you, right? Which I thought was really a class thing to do, and I think Tony appreciated that moment when Adam said the words on behalf of his teammates, not just Adam, but on behalf of his teammates. Again, a special ceremony before the game today.
Strike on the outside corner, 2 for Kyle. One of the great moments for Tony La Russa, the return of Rick Ankiel to the major leagues. It was in 2007. Made the return as an outfielder. And remember, once the Cardinals called him up, there was no going back down. He was here to stay. That misses in. And a full count on Furcal. And his first at bat was a home run. Furcal, little liner out to left, drops in for a base hit.
Guy's a hitting machine. This is his first hit of the night, Dan, but when he's hot, he gets all kinds of hits. He gets nice hits, he gets hard hits, he gets ugly hits. So we'll call this one of the ugly hits. But it finds a hole, jams him. Actually, a changeup grip that sailed on the inside half, so Furcal's out in front of it, but also got jammed at the same time because it was in on his hands.
Now John Jay, tying run at the plate.
It's what big leaguers do, though, Dan. They find a way, and it's really what we're calling Jaime Garcia to do in this game and the rest of his career is, even when he does not have his best stuff, to find a way.
And that's a base hit into right. Furcal on his way to third. It's hard to believe now, Rick, that you have the go-ahead run at the plate with the way that things started out tonight.
Well, Garcia settled down some, and he's given his team a chance. He's retired 7 straight. There's John Jay doing what John Jay does, just getting hits. Left-handers now, not counting Garcia. 3 for 5 against Minor. We mentioned he has trouble with left-handers. Love to see Matt Holliday give one a ride.
Holliday is 0 for 2. He was called out on strikes. Pitch that on the outside portion of the plate. Second time up. Just .225 average with runners in scoring position. (2-0). Beltran on deck. For Atlanta, remember, this is a guy, we talked about his numbers coming into this ball game. Last couple of starts, he's been roughed up. First time through the lineup, very sharp, but slowly but surely the Cardinals have come back.
Pretty good swing there for Holliday.
Is a fair ball just inside the line. A run will score. Holliday digging for 2. Safe.
Little 2-out magic for the Cardinals. Base hit for Furcal. A little meaningless bloop to left. John Jay, and now Matt Holliday ripping one down the line. Cardinals are absolutely in this ball game. The fans enjoy it, and they'd like to see Mr. Beltran give another souvenir to somebody up in Big Mac Land. Are we asking too much?
Not the way that he's been going. Runners at second and third. Outfield is deep. Some of the fans on their feet for Carlos Beltran. Put one in Big Mac Land last time. Tony watching. 40,000 plus on the edge of their seats right now. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Tony watched the Cardinals catch Atlanta last year, and they're trying to catch him tonight. And I wonder, and I would guess that the Atlanta Braves have no animosity towards the Cardinals for their great finish last year. I think they just understand that they just didn't get it done. They missed the opportunity. They're more mad at themselves.
1-2 the count.
Plenty of Braves back from that club, as are the Cardinals, Dan. You look at the Cardinals team now, there are very few players that didn't play at least a part of the season last year at the big league level. Even the kind of the role players this year. Shane Robinson had some time. Matt Carpenter. The new faces include this man.
Beltran out to center. Bourne is back. He looks up and it's off the wall. 2 runs will score. Ball gets away. Beltran to third. He'll stop right there. He gives the Cardinals a lead. 6-5. Busch Stadium is just erupting.
Cardinal bats putting on a show. This ball almost sneaks out of here. Tony's reaction? He's excited just watching Beltran running around the bases.
We haven't seen that kind of reaction from Carlos Beltran, have we? A little emotion there at third base, and the Cardinals have a 1-run lead, 6-5.
In fact, we've seen him to be a bit of a emotionless player in some ways, kind of just smooth and easygoing, and I'm not sure we have seen him get that excited.
That'll be it for the lefty, Durbin, coming in. This being done with 2 outs for St. Louis here in their half of the 5th. Carlos Beltran with a long home run into Big Mac land earlier. Beltran, the emotion following the triple. Cardinals have their first lead. Cardinals baseball on Fox Sports Midwest is brought to you by Bud Light, the sure sign of a good time. Here we go. And by Taco Bell, Live Moss. Carlos Beltran has given the Cardinals their first lead of the night, 6-5. One point, it was a 5-1 lead for the Atlanta Braves. Chad Durbin, a Chevy call to the pen. Beltran's 11th home run comes in his 111th at bat. Took him 277 at bats to reach that total a season ago.
Interesting how a game can turn so quickly. All the guys in that suite know about that. A lot of stars in the house, and appreciate Tom Seaver being here, and Bob Welch, 27-game winner for Tony La Russa. Dennis Eckersley, Dave Stewart, outstanding competitor. And what about the round of applause that Dave Duncan got when Tony went to hug him? He mentioned his name, and it just kind of erupted into some applause, and Tony stopped what he was saying and went and hugged Dave. I thought that was, there were a lot of things being communicated, I think, by Cardinal fans during that time, understanding what Dave's been through with his family, and I'm sure he appreciates the fans' gesture.
Damage done in this inning with 2 outs. Two and 2 the count. And a strikeout of Allen Craig. We told you about 2007. This might be my favorite. Rick Ankiel returning. The reaction of Tony La Russa. A collectible World Series front page poster courtesy of the Post-Dispatch. Carlos Beltran with long home run, Big Mac land, and also a triple. Scored 2. Cardinals lead it 6-5.
Victor Marte now getting loose in the Cardinal bullpen behind Garcia, who settled down after a 2-run first, a 3-run third. Things are really falling apart for Jaime in that third inning, especially, Dan, and he seems to have righted the ship a bit. See how deep he can get in this game. And that's why you try to hang around. It's awesome to win games like this, where you're just maybe not quite 100% there, but you can still feel good about picking up a victory.
And a fly ball into center field. So the righty Marte getting loose. Rick mentioned pitch count for Garcia approaching 100. It's at 95. Juan Francisco will be the hitter. Line on Minor, by the way, 4 2/3, 6 runs, 8 hits. Did strike out 7. No walks, but he gave up the 3 home runs. On the outside corner for a strike.
Seen a lot of this lately. Left-handed pinch hitters against left-handed pitchers. Sometimes you just have to go with a shorter bench. And wondering if Freddie Gonzalez is aware of the numbers of Garcia against left-handed batters. Francisco is just 1 for 11 as a pinch hitter.
Fly ball out to left. Holiday over to make the catch. 2 away. Garcia, by the way, is due up 4th for the Cardinals. They're half of the 6th.
Francisco hits that ball hard, and notice his front foot. That's his style. That's where he gets his balance. Then he closes up. And kind of a free swinger. Now 1 for 12 as a pinch hitter. Not a bad at bat, though.
Here's Michael Bourne, the center fielder.
I wondered whether Bourne was shaken up a bit when he tried to make that play up against the wall. He kind of leaned over and he had that look of didn't quite feel right. We also saw him jam his leg at first base early in this game, and not trying to guess an injury his direction, but kind of the perils of being a player that relies on speed.
And he lines it. You see that speed here. It goes into the left field corner. He's done his damage, Rick, when he's been behind in the count with a 2-strike base hit for Bourne, and that's going to be it. Here comes Mike Matheny. Marte coming in. His role is starting to expand for Mike Matheny. 6-5, Cardinals on top. Helping us out, promote it, the AT&T World Champions lapel pin tomorrow against the Braves, and still seats available at Cardinals.com. The view from behind home plate, 6-5 in favor of St. Louis as Marte takes over.
Marte's become a bit of a jam guy for Tony La Russa. That's kind of how they describe him. They want him to pitch. Excuse me, Tony La Russa was here. It's Mike Matheny who's the manager now. I got it. Tony La Russa on the brain. Good to have him up in the booth. But Marte has become a guy that they like to come into games with runners on base to try to get the out, stop the problems.
He has pitched well against lefties, righties.
Right.
Tough situations, whatever the case may be. Martin Prado looks at a ball from Marte. Despite giving up the double, Garcia leaves, I think, on a positive note, too, for the most part, after the way things started, Rick.
Well, you don't want him to get a loss. And that's kind of an old school way of dealing with your starting pitcher. You want him to be thinking something positive at the end of the day.
Fly ball into center. Jay going back, and he's got it. Molina due up when we come back. Redbirds lead it. It's 6-5.
Time for our AT&T trivia question. Good ball game here at Busch Stadium. What team did Tony La Russa face in his managerial debut with the White Sox on August 3rd of 1979? 3, 2, 1. There's your answer. The Toronto Blue Jays. An 8-5 win. The first of many for Tony La Russa. Really a historic night here at Busch Stadium. The fans enjoying this game, enjoying the way the Cardinals have battled back into it after trailing 5-1 early on. 2 runs in the 4th, 3 in the 5th. And the Braves are forced to go to their 3rd pitcher of the night. This is Christian Martinez. And he will face Molina, Carpenter, and Green in the bottom of the 6th. Home runs from Carpenter, Beltran, and Craig. Beltran and Craig's homers were back-to-back in the 4th.
Yachty with a fly ball out to left, and the catch is made. There was a criticism of the Braves last year. Was their use or overusage, Rick, of their bullpen, and by the end of the season, they were gassed, especially the young guys.
Well, the young guys hadn't had a bad outing until the end. And then they had a couple bad outings, and then being young guys with bad outings in pressure situations, it just kind of snowballed for a while for them. Both Venters and Kimbrel are really, I mean, they were phenomenal last year. I mean, there's no other word for them. I mean, they were lights out. And every team in baseball would love to have had those two. And they just both kind of went side, and there were a lot of other reasons and a lot of other things going on too. Their offense was really abysmal the last month, and so now you've got a young guy that can't make a mistake because there's no offense to pick him up, and that compounds the problem. And you look up at the scoreboard, and the Cardinals are leading again every night, it seemed like.
3-1. Look at this. Carpenter again hits it out to right, and Hayward is there to make the catch. The collapse of the Atlanta Braves. Just how big was it? 9-18 down the stretch, and they finish a game back of St. Louis. Here's a ground ball off the bat of Tyler Green. Cardinals go quietly, and we head to the 7th. Redbirds lead it 6-5. And the Cardinals at 43. Again with 3 more here tonight, Rick.
Milwaukee with 36. Colorado always hits some home runs, but let's talk about our guys. Matt Carpenter unloaded first. That got the Cardinals on the scoreboard. Straightaway center field. Big Macland is where this one ended up. Off the bat of Beltran. And Alan Craig back-to-back in the 4th inning. The 3rd Cardinal home run. They tacked on 3 more runs in the 5th. Beltran almost going deep again, hitting the ball at the top of the center field wall. Cardinals have been out hit, but the Braves have been outslugged.
Mark Zepchinski, his 14th appearance. Very good ERA. Opponent's only hitting .162 against this lefty.
Jaime Garcia, Dan, able to win the middle game. 4th, 5th, and 6th inning. Always felt and was taught that if you break a game into 3 3-inning games as a starting pitcher, and you get through that first game, that first 3-inning game, you celebrate for a second if you win it, you deal with it if you lose it, and then you start over again and say, no matter what happens so far, I'm going to win this next game, 4, 5, and 6. And you just break it down into as small a piece as you can. And of course, from there, you break it into innings and batters and pitches, even more specifically. But giving your team a chance to win, and that's what Garcia really did by winning those middle frames.
So Marte with the tying run at second base. Go ahead run at the plate, get the fly ball out. And as we mentioned, his role with this team is starting to grow.
You really haven't seen anything we don't like with Marte. You know, you don't, when he gets in the game, think, oh boy, I hope he doesn't hang the slider like we've seen, or we hope his command is better than the last. He just seems to be making quality pitches. You know, he's going to have his bad days. Every pitcher does. Every hitter does. But I would say the confidence level with Victor Marte is growing outing by outing.
1-0 pitch. Check swing. One-two pitch to Dan Uggla.
You mentioned, Dan, how he had a poor start and a great middle of the season. I would almost say those words were understatements, both of them. I mean, he could hardly have been worse, and then he could hardly have been better. I mean, talk about Jekyll and Hyde.
Hit 21 of his 36 home runs after the All-Star break. Hit the 33-game hitting streak, and he hit 170 for the first 2-3 months. And he can do that. Wow. That's the power of the second baseman of Atlanta. No doubt about it. That ties it up. Home run number 5 for Uggla.
He was ahead in the count with Uggla. Zepchinski was, and then he let him back into the count. Then he just had to challenge him with a 3-2 pitch. And this is what happened. The location, middle. Zepchinski also one of those guys that throws very few poor quality pitches.
Slicing and out of play.
Matt Holliday, the left fielder. Let's see what kind of jump he got on that ball.
I'd say he knew that was gone.
I would say most of the people in the ballpark knew that. I guarantee number 34 knew it, because when you're 60 feet away from it and you hear it and you see the swing, and you see the timing, you're the first one to know.
Well, now nobody on. 3 balls, 1 strike on Brian McCann.
Sometimes you know when it leaves your hand before it even gets there.
Just the feel of it.
I mean, I've heard many pitchers go, "Oh no," as the ball's still going to the plate, because you know you've hung it, you got underneath it, you missed your spot, and you know you did it to a guy that could hurt you.
These guys don't miss mistakes, do they? No, not very often. McCann with a fly ball out to right. Two away, and it's our Toyota keys to the game. Best record when leading or tied after 6 innings. Wow. They're both very, very good. So we're tied up right now, 6-6. So what's that tell us, Rick? 6-6 in the 7th.
Tells us we're playing 20 innings. Both teams are going to refuse to lose.
Time to stretch. Uggla has tied it up. Ground out by Chipper Jones. AT&T, rethink possible. Find a helpful servicing Steel dealer near you. Visit steeldealers.com. And by O'Charley's, 2 for $20, 1 appetizer and 2 entrees, just $20 only at O'Charley's. Beautiful Forest Park this Friday night. Al Hrabosky and Pat Paris coming up after the game. It's Rick, Dan, and Jim with you right now.
Love that view right there. We talked earlier in the week, Dan, about how pitchers used to chart pitches. That's where we used to sit, right there behind home plate. Get a good angle at the sliders. You get a really good understanding of just how fast the pitches are, too, the closer you get. But I always recommend, as you do, Dan, that you get behind a screen if you can.
It's out of play. And a new pitcher is in.
Chris Medlin, done some starting in his career with Atlanta. Decent major league career, ERA about 3.8 in his career.
0-2 on Daniel Descalso. A little bit of a rut for Daniel. Love to change that with one swing. For Kyle on deck. Not going well right now for Daniel Descalso. Would like to be here in person next time the Cardinals take the field. Just head to StubHub, the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the Cardinals.
Talked about how good this bullpen is in the 8th and the 9th inning. Another good reason to try to get him in the 7th. Both clubs, as we showed in our keys to the game, are very good winning games after the 7th inning. And a lot of times that has more to do with your bullpen than anything else. When you get to Venters and Kimbrel especially, very tough to score a run. Kimbrel has 10 saves on the season already.
Strike zone tonight has been all over the place. The 2-2. Fly ball into right. Hayward under it. 2 outs. Six game, 2 outs in the home half of the 7th. Time now for the AT&T Ubers reverse recap. Garcia 5 2/3 after a rough beginning to this game. Minor 4 2/3. Looks sharp early on. And Beltran, big night, home run, triple, 3 RBIs. John Jay takes a pitch a little bit high. There's Adam Wainwright, the hero of postseason of 2006, striking out Carlos Beltran, looking to send the Cardinals to the World Series, and then he was able to record the final out. Striking out Brandon Inge is off to quite the start now with the Oakland Athletics. We'll see Tony La Russa's reaction to winning in 06. And we had the break, 3-1. 45,190 tonight. 45190.
John Jay has become a very pesky hitter with 2 strikes. He and Furcal and Molina all in the top 10 in the National League in terms of being difficult to strike out. And I knew I shouldn't have said that.
2006. The final out. Reaction of Tony La Russa.
Pat Paris in the studio. He has a Bommarito Sports update on one of our favorite Cardinal killers. Pat? Thanks, Pat. Mitchell Boggs takes over for St. Louis in the top of the 8th inning. We have a tie ball game, 6-10, and no errors for Atlanta. 6 runs on 8 hits and an error for St. Louis. Cardinals have only left 2 runners on base. The Braves 6, and the bottom of the order for Mitchell Boggs working out of the stretch.
And Boggs will deal with Jason Hayward. Hayward greets him with a line drive base hit out to left. Mitchell had a rough series in Arizona. Let's see if he can't get straightened out tonight.
He sure did. He had a great start to the season. Seemed to be unhittable at times, and at the very least, you'd say consistent. He was consistently good, but rough series on the last road trip. Trying to get it back right again tonight. Key for Mitchell Boggs is movement and command coming together. Not one or two, not one of the two, both.
It's Boggs who was on the mound when Molina was hit by that pitch. Looked to be crossed up. 96 miles an hour he was hit. Pastornicky is at the plate. Here's the 0-1. Showing bunt. Gets it down. Boggs will get the shore out at first. Pat Paris getting ready. Is he listening to us?
I would say yes. Yes. Nod, Pat. Very, very nicely done. I could just, can you see the steam coming out of his ears? When he thinks, you could literally see steam coming out of his ears. I mean, smoke of some sort. He's such a hard worker.
Pat will be with us for tomorrow, our Girls on the Run. Fox Sports is a major sponsor of that, and we'll be there tomorrow.
You're both running.
Absolutely. I know who's winning.
You know how good a runner Pat was.
That's my point.
Yes. Drake relays.
He'll be done in probably 18 minutes. Eric Hinske, 3 for 17. Trying to keep Hayward close at second base.
Here's Mr. Shannon. A St. Louis original.
Two balls and a strike.
Every time there's a celebration of Cardinal magnitude on the field, you realize that from Mike's perspective, you know, he's seen an awful lot. Been a part of an awful lot.
Two and two. Hayward, the runner at second base, good speed there.
One of the advantages to having a shift on is Furcal can hold Hayward close at second base without really having to be out of position. They're trying to play Hinske to pull anyway, so Furcal just naturally right behind Hayward. That's going to shorten up his lead a little bit. The Cardinal outfielders, a strong arm in right. We've seen that from Beltran. John Jay, an accurate arm in center.
Molina didn't look very comfortable with this catch here. To go down and get it. Got to figure that hand still has to be hurting from just a couple of nights ago. Here's a 3-2. Wow. Strikeout of Hinske. He's going to get ejected here momentarily. Bye-bye. Oh, and he throws his bat. Hey, you might as well get your money's worth. I'm telling you, this strike zone has been everywhere tonight. Everywhere.
Unclear whether the home plate umpire was saying that it hit his bat, whether it was a called third strike, or whether he swung.
It hit his bat.
And it wasn't the first two. And no matter what happens, he throws them out, and he throws out his bat. I think that gets you a little extra in the fine department when you toss a bat like that. I'm not sure of the economics of that, but I would say he did not swing, and he would agree.
Will not pitch to Michael Bourne.
Yadier Molina catching Jaime Garcia and Mitchell Boggs in the same day when you're first coming back with a sore hand. They're as tough as they get, because those two have such nasty and erratic movement at times. And I'm a little surprised, Dan, that Molina's made it through this game after the first couple of innings.
Initially, and watching his reaction from the first inning, you thought that was going to be it, didn't you?
Yeah, no doubt.
Schnook's difference maker is Alan Craig with a solo home run opposite field. Speaking of home runs, Josh Hamilton, another home run tonight. That's number 16. He has 7 in his past 5 games. My understanding is that the Hall of Fame wanted Hamilton's cap jersey and his bat. And his bat has not cracked, so it's got 7 home runs this week.
You have it later.
There's a strike at the knees to Martin Prado. I agree. You'll get the bat, but I still got some home runs left in this baby.
As superstitious as players are and as feel-oriented as they are, I don't think he'll give that up anytime soon. Frankly, I wonder why they don't just give it any other bat and say, yep, that was it. Here, take this one.
Probably wouldn't know the difference, would they? Oh, 2 on Prado. I think it's safe to say you better protect the plate, no matter where it is right now.
I'd say that that's true.
Hamilton, the 7th player to hit 16 home runs in his team's first 33 games in the last 90 seasons.
That was close. Off the plate. I'm just contemplating what might have happened had he called that a strike.
Bases are loaded.
So the problem is you walk Michael Bourn intentionally because you don't want to pitch to the left-hander, you want to pitch to Prado. Now you walk Prado too, and you get the RBI guy you've got to face, and Freddie Freeman. And so you've made the inning worse. Now you've got 2 runners in scoring position. Freeman has 26 RBIs on the season. 0 for 3 tonight.
You have used Zimchinski. Romero, remember last time, was roughed up. This is all Mitchell Boggs. Nobody getting loose in the pen.
Bases loaded, full of Braves. Up to Mitchell Boggs to keep this score tied. And Dan, you really can't do as much lefty-righty moves in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning of a game that is tied, because the concern would be just how long will this game go.
Now they reached with a single. Pair of walks, one of those intentional. That's low. 2-1. You know that the pressure is mounting a little bit right now on Boggs, coming off back-to-back 4 outings and then potentially having trouble here. Big pitch in the ball game. 2-1.
He's not missing by much, Dan, but that doesn't really matter. When a hitter knows the strike zone and they lay off those pitches just off the plate, forces the stress of a 3-1 pitch with the bases loaded.
Ground ball knocked down by Green. Throws to first, not in time, and a run will score.
Eric Lilliquist out to talk to Mitchell Boggs. He's able to throw a strike. Backhanded play by Tyler Green. Knocks it down but doesn't come up with it. At least he keeps it in the infield, but not able to make that play with Freddie Freeman, the runner. Going to be an infield base hit. Now it's 7-6 Atlanta. Walks will kill you.
Bases loaded for Uggla. Didn't like that call. Anything close, you're going to see the players have those kinds of reactions.
Kind of snowballs a bit.
Exactly.
Again, I'm just imagining if the right arm went up, what does Dan Uggla do? Now Mike Matheny's upset, trying to balance it out. Now he's hearing it from both sides.
Atlanta picks up a run. Holiday leads it off when we come back. Cardinals baseball on Fox Sports Midwest is brought to you by Bud Light, the sure sign of a good time. Here we go. And by Taco Bell, Lidmas. New pitcher in, and that's Johnny Venters. Record of 2-1, ERA of 1.59. 5 walks in his 11 3rd innings, but 20 strikeouts.
Yeah, he's nasty. He can be really nasty. Now the Cardinals have to deal with the good part of the Braves bullpen. Cardinals, Dan, have won 4 straight games, and it's now 5 games in a row where they've scored 6 or more runs. Problem tonight is the Braves have 7.
2-0.
Love the views from around the ballpark. And I would say, Dan, I probably had every one of them at one time or another. Just games I've come to, sat in the upper deck just for fun, sat down the line. See that view quite a few times.
3-2 the count.
Doing the on-field interviews after the game, we get a chance to kind of get close to the screen, and what amazes me is the velocity.
That's what amazes me, the velocity and the movement. We're going to stay right here with this pitch. Holiday bounces it to short.
One away. This game looks so easy on television, and what we do is we remember as kids playing the game, and we think, oh, how hard is it to hit a ball, and boy, it looks so smooth to watch Carlos Beltran swing the bat so smoothly. Well, it's not really that smooth. If you're standing next to Carlos Beltran, you can tell he's creating tremendous bat speed.
Like that. High fly ball. Did he do it again? It's sent to the bullpen. Carlos Beltran putting on another show. His 2nd home run of the night. He also has a triple. And just like that, one swing of the bat, we're tied up at 7. Some kind of talent. Cardinals have hit so many home runs, they got a little receiving line going on in that dugout. Fans want the curtain call. Beltran now up to 12 home runs.
Just amazing what he's doing. He's off to such a hot start, and you can't help but to think of Lance Berkman in his first year as a Cardinal and the numbers that he put up early on.
A 1 pitch to Craig. Remember these two, Beltran and Craig, went back-to-back in the 4th inning. Third multi-home run game for Beltran,
and he's a foot away from having 3. High fastball, and he knew it. Offense took Jaime Garcia off the hook into 4th and 5th, and they just did it again for Mitchell Boggs. Gave up a run on the top of the 8th. Power surge, Dan, is really amazing what the Cardinals are doing.
Not anticipated, no, especially with Berkman out. There's a walk to Craig. This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the Cardinals. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the St. Louis Cardinals. Going back to your point, Rick, is you look at the offseason acquisitions made by teams, be hard-pressed to find one better than Beltran right now. And as you said, Berkman before the year.
And you think really with both signings, that's the roll of the dice if you're John Mozeliak. Give him credit for getting these guys. I mean, there are always haters out there that say, Beltran, I mean, is he really the player he used to be? I don't know if he is, but he's pretty good.
Pops it up into shallow right, and the catch is made by Hayward.
And Dan, you've talked about this a lot, and we probably should talk about it even more, is how much you have to rely on your professional scouts at that point who are evaluating players all season long. Not only your own minor league players, but guys that you're seeing on other major league teams. When we play against them, there's always evaluation going on. And when you have people come to you and file a report and say, Mo, I think we need to get this guy and he's worth it, then you're putting your neck on the line every time you do that. And the scouts have really done a good job with the free agents, mixing and matching, getting just the right guys over the past 2 or 3 years especially.
7-7. Carpenter is homer tonight.
Come on!
Carpenter's had good at-bats against lefties. This one's a tough one. Outfield deep. Playing a little deeper for Carpenter in center than they did early on. Trying to avoid ball hit over their head. High score late. No doubles defense. Keep the ball in front of you. It's Carpenter. Ball like it hit off the forearm of Carpenter. Just kept flying in on him, grazed him, but it still hurts.
Tyler Green with a runner at second base, runner at first. Green chops it to third. Chipper makes the play. The Cardinals strand 2. They've left 4 on tonight, but Carlos Beltran has tied it up with his second home run. The extension. 12 home runs this year. It's 7.
Tied at 7 thanks to Carlos Beltran. We go to the 9th at Busch Stadium. Coming up after the game on the post-game edition of Missouri Lottery Cardinals Live, Pat Paris and Al Raboski standing by. We'll relive some of Tony La Russa's big night. We'll look at Carlos Beltran's power surge, and somebody is getting a hungo. Jason Mott on to pitch for the Cardinals. We go back to the booth, and Dan and Rick. Gentlemen.
7-7 game. Thank you, Jim. And the Cardinals closer is in. That's Jason Mott. Coming off a good road trip.
And it makes sense to use your closer when you're at home. Get into a 9th inning of a tied game. It's not a closer situation, but you got a chance to pick up a win for your guy. Get your main guy out there, let him throw an inning, and maybe you win it in the 9th. Skip Schumacher, part of the double switch. So Skip will bat 9th. And Jason Mott, pitcher spot, is now the 8th.
Ball 2, Brian McCann. One 0 pitch. 2-0.
Showing you quite a few angles at the ballpark today. Ooh.
Beltran, by the way, with his 4 driven in, is ahead of Andre Ethier by 1. Top the National League. See how hard this ball comes in there. The 3-1. Like a blur. Yep. About 4 to 5 tenths of a second, almost a half a second. Ball leaves the hand. It's in the hitting zone. Plenty of time to react. You get the bat head to the ball as quickly as possible. You better start now. Fly ball into left center, and it's tracked down by Jon Jay. Smooth outfield play of Jon Jay. Takes a direct route to the ball. He's become a very confident outfielder. Confidence means a lot at the plate, means a lot on the mound, but when you've got your glove in your hand and you're standing out in the field, you say, go ahead, hit the ball to me. That's a good feeling. When you're out there thinking, please don't hit the ball to me. And a lot of fielders have those moments where they're just unsure of themselves. But Jon Jay very, very confident right now. Kind of pulling for a Jason Mott win and David Freese hitting a home run on Tony La Russa's day just for fun. Tony's seen that before. 1-1 to Chipper. Wow, he didn't like that call either. 1-2. I don't think we can blame him. Let's take a look. Strikeout of Chipper Jones. Too close to take that one. Does it hit the corner or not? Yes, it does. Good movement, too, from Jason Mott. Dropped down a little bit. A little sink action. Hayward looks at his strike. Strike 2. Cardinals will have Schumacher for Kyle, and Jay due up in the bottom of the ninth. Hayward tonight has flied out twice. He has struck out and also singled. Wainwright and Brandon Beachy in game 2. Lance Lynn and Tommy Hanson in game 3. It's going to be a good series. Already is. Very glad to hear that Kyle Lohse is not going to miss any days, not going to miss a start. Wasn't sure with his hamstring issue in his last outing. Crowd willing a strikeout for Jason Mott. See if they get what they want. September 9th. Flashback, and the Cardinals came back against Atlanta. Walk-off sacrifice fly. Holiday would score. Part of the history of that 2011 team, the Shredder. (7-7). Night in which the team honors Tony La Russa by retiring his number 10. We turn now to the Home Depot doing more on defense. Rather routine play for Furcal, but with the speed of Bourne, it makes it fairly close.
We don't talk a lot about his arm, too. Furcal has not only range, Dan, but he has a very strong arm. And he's going to get a chance to hit here in the bottom of the 9th inning unless Skip Schumacher goes deep and ends it with one pitch, which, of course, could happen. And the answer to the question is Dave Duncan and Tony La Russa and Walt Jocketty and all those guys, are they up there managing along with this game? The answer to that is yes. Once you've been in this, you can't help but to think, what would you do? Who would you bring in? Whether you bunt, hit and run or not, it's just part of, it's ingrained in those guys' souls to watch a game with a manager's or coach's mindset or player's mindset. You cannot casually watch a game. It just doesn't work.
Last June, a walk-off home run for Schumacher. It's a Sunday afternoon against the Kansas City Royals. His first plate appearance tonight. And he hits it towards short. Deep in the hole, the throw to first. He is safe. Diving in head first. And the winning run is on.
Well, he lost a belt by doing it, but he got a base hit, so it's worth it.
Needs a belt, as you mentioned. And there's the shortstop where he was positioned, third baseman in.
He just slaps the ball the other way, so it ends up being a backhanded deep throw from shortstop, and no chance for Pastornicky. Close play at first, and boy, I don't know. Is he safe or is he out? You make the call.
May have caught a break, the Cardinals.
You make the call. I'm going to abstain.
Looked like Furcal showed bunt as Flaherty threw over. Strike one. Braves talking about this lefty before the game, and they said they're not concerned, although the numbers have not been pretty this year.
Off to a bad start here at the bottom of the 9th inning, giving up the hit to Schumacher. Pressure is all on him right now. Furcal, I'm not sure there's a guy that handles the bat better on the Cardinals than Furcal. Perfect guy in a bunting situation.
You have the third baseman playing in. You're holding at first. Hitting lanes are there. 1 ball, 1 strike. Would you take away the bunt, call it off, and let him swing away maybe?
I like the bunt. I like getting the second.
There's the bunt, and only plays to go to first. So the winning run is now in scoring position. A base hit could win it.
That same hole existing on the left side of the infield. A lot of teams going with more of a shift defense on the infield, opening up that hole again on the left side for Jon Jay. I think he hits a lot of balls in that direction. I'm a little surprised they're doing the shift on him. Jay can hit that ground ball to the left side of the infield with regularity. I'm surprised that's what the numbers say.
Did that his first time up. Pulls it to the right side. From the glove to first for the out. Schumacher at third. Holliday could win it.
All right, who do you want to pitch to? You want to pitch to Holliday? You want to pitch to Beltran? I don't think so. You could also pitch to Allen Craig if you want.
Put the pressure on the pitcher then with the bases loaded. Do you want to do that?
I think you have to take your chances with Matt Holliday. Like it or not.
First pitch to Holliday. On their feet here at Busch Stadium. What has been a long night of baseball. 7-7 here in the bottom of the ninth. Holliday, little floater into shallow right. And the catch is made. Extra innings from Busch Stadium. Game, a couple of home runs, a triple, and 4 RBIs. The Atlanta Braves are 2-0 in extra innings. Cardinals are 1-1. 7-7 game as we move to the 10th, and Mike Matheny sticking with his closer for one more inning.
Interesting choice by Mike Matheny. I'm okay with it. I think Jason Motte has not really been overworked this year. He's not a guy that you think is not capable of going more than one inning. Done it before. What it does do is maybe lowers the possibilities of using him tomorrow. But you've got Adam Wainwright tomorrow. Maybe that's okay. Part of the conversation right now is about how to handle the rest of the bullpen the rest of the way.
0-1 pitch.
You really have to rely on your pitching coach to give you some wisdom. And just wonder, if you're Mike Matheny and you're Derek Lilliquist, you know that Dave Duncan and Tony La Russa are in the house. And I just wonder if they feel some angst at all, because those two guys really called the shots for so long. They're not looking over their shoulders, but they kind of are. I mean, they're here at the ballpark, and their presence probably means something.
To his left, and Schumacher makes the play. Josh Hamilton has hit another one. That's 2 tonight. Just did that moments ago. Ricky's now hitting .410, 17 home runs, and 40 RBIs on May 11th. Past 17 at bats. Looking it up right now, he's 11 for 17, 8 home runs, 14 RBIs.
Wow. And he was very nearly World Series hero.
Pinch hitter here at Diaz.
How many Cardinal fans thought that the World Series was over when Mr. Hamilton went deep? Raise your hand. I did.
Livan Hernandez. I'm with you, by the way.
You didn't raise your hand. Now you did. Both. Wow.
Livan Hernandez is getting loose. He was picked up at the end of spring training by the Atlanta Braves. He was with Houston. They released him. Atlanta picked him up, gave him a guaranteed contract. And you just watch him throw and just warm up right now. And it's like, Rick, you're back at fantasy camp.
That's right.
He's throwing about 70 miles an hour out there. Two away. 1996. Cardinals clinch the division. Brian Jordan would make that catch, and La Russa in his first season sending the Cardinals to postseason play. They were 1 win away. Up 3-1 on Atlanta.
All those memories have to flood back at a night like this when he's being honored and really the man of the night here at the ballpark. He made very clear reference to the fact that the real reason we're here is the game between two very good ball clubs tonight, that he said he'd like to see play against each other in the playoffs again. And I think that's possible.
For Donovan Osborne making the start, 1996, Game 7. I didn't think it could be done, but he may have had more sweat that night than Esteban Young. And that's saying something.
I would agree with you.
1 ball and 2 strikes. 2 outs and nobody on.
John Jay very shallow in center field.
It's very shallow. That ball gets in the gap. Bourne does have a little pop as far as line drive power, but you get that ball in the gap, and he's off to the races. 2-2.
What you're trying to do is take away the blue tip. Shallow fly ball, flare hit into either gap. The more shallow he is, the more he has a chance to make that play. I mean, there's a lot of room you've got to cover if you're a center fielder. That whole arch, basically, you think about the arch, but you might catch a ball anywhere inside that arch and beyond it for that matter. It's probably 120 feet wide, 40 yards from left to right. Your responsibility.
Time is called. 2-2 the count. Cardinals will have Beltran, Craig, and Molina. Nothing fancy here from Jason Mott. It's been 7 straight fastballs. A liner, and it's caught by Furcal. Beltran leads it off. What a night he's had. When we come back. Earned his first career save this past Saturday at Colorado. Everything that he's done in the game and picking up his first save this past week. 485th career appearance in the major leagues for Hernandez that day.
You don't really have time for me to go through his entire bio, Dan, because it's such a big one. Florida 96, San Francisco, Montreal, Washington, Arizona, Minnesota, Colorado, New York, National League, back to Washington.
11 for 37. Beltran in his career, pair of home runs against Livan Hernandez.
3,000 major league innings for Livan Hernandez.
So you're telling me he's not too nervous right now?
No. And that's a good reason to only be throwing 70 or 80 miles an hour, throwing that many innings.
First pitch to Beltran. 81 miles an hour. Oh, 1 pitch. Alan Craig on deck, and then Yadier Molina. Some of the fans on their feet. Last walk-off home run was in 2008. 5 for Beltran in his career.
We pick on the stuff of Hernandez, but this guy's a really good athlete as a pitcher. Swings the bat well. He also fields his position very well. And he may look a little slow on the mound and a little kind of lethargic the way he throws, but he's had a nice career. 174 career victories.
2-1 pitch. 3-1. If Beltran would get on, you'd have to think about the stolen base would be in play too, as slow as he's throwing.
No doubt.
Why not just end it? The 3-1 pitch. Beltran rips it into right center field. Extra bases coming up. He's on his way to second. He'll stop right there. Winning run is in scoring position. Two home runs, triple, double.
Poor guy hasn't been able to get a single, or he'd have a cycle. Went down to get this one, drove it in the gap. Really have to credit the outfielders for Atlanta for running this down quickly. In this case, is Jason Hayward. I thought that had a potential of being a triple off the bat. There was a big gap in right center field. Beltran still runs well, and a triple would be a big difference. Alan Craig now has to somehow get him to third base, and you have to wait on the pitch from Hernandez to hit the ball the other way.
455 this year with runners in scoring position for Alan Craig. Big gap in left center. Craig with a home run tonight. That was back in the fourth. Two and 0. Two balls and no strikes. Wonder if Craig will see anything to hit.
Well, you're wondering whether or not they were pitching around him here, and I think that is exactly the case.
Trying to get him to chase hit the first two.
Trying to get him over anxious to maybe roll one on the left side of the infield.
Sets up potential double play with Molina. We talked about for Colin how he can handle the bat and bunt. Would you do that here?
I would.
Or do you run the risk of a double play with the speed of Molina?
I'd like to see him bunt. I'd rather have him bunt to stay out of the double play possibility. Yadi does handle the bat well. And really, in this case now, again, Hernandez is a very good fielding pitcher, so can't assume that he's not going to make a charging play and try to throw out the lead runner. But in this case, you just want to try to bunt it down the third baseline, and you throw in the career numbers of Molina against Hernandez, and that kind of tips the scales even further towards him bunting. We'll see. Successful sacrifice for Molina would leave runners at second and third with one out. They'd probably walk Matt Carpenter, and then the Cardinals would have a pinch hitter with the bases loaded. He's to bunt it third base territory. Make Chipper Jones field it. Now the thing you worry about with Chipper Jones, if he charges hard and Yadi not running well, if he bunts it too hard to third base, they could try to go to second first and get a double play that way. So deaden the ball down the third base line.
Exactly what he does. Perfect. Only play is to go to first.
Some hitters you don't really worry about bunting the ball hard to the third baseman. I think with Molina, he handles the bat so well, he's able to deaden it, really just catching the ball off the bat, makes the contact, then gives a little bit with both of his hands evenly. You can't give unevenly or you might pop the ball up. And there's the intentional walk to Carpenter.
And look who's on deck.
So Mott is the pitcher of record. David Freese will bat. Tony La Russa in the ballpark. We've seen some of this before.
Freese has never had a walk-off in regular season play. Listen to the crowd. The pinch hitter, David Freese. .333 average with runners in scoring position this year. Bases loaded, 1 out here in the 10th.
Shallow in the outfield. Do or die situation for them. Long fly ball wins it. 1-0 pitch to Freese. Ground ball slowly hit. Out at second. It's a double play. Tied up at 7-7 as we move into the 11th. 14th appearance for Kyle. Talk about the momentum swing in this game. We may have just seen that, Rick. We sure did. Big opportunity for Mike Matheny and the Cardinals. He pulled out the guy you most like to see hit in that situation.
Yeah, definitely.
It was a thrilling moment for sure. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. And both clubs now have to worry about just how deep their benches are. Only one reliever really left for the Braves, and that's their closer, Kimbrel. So I would guess they're going to go with Hernandez until he's 38.
And I'm sure he'd be fine to keep on pitching.
I think he would too. Happy to have the work.
First pitch and a fly ball out to left. 1 away. pitch. It's taken high by Freddie Freeman just for fun. What if runner at second? That was Craig on that play that Freese hit the into the double play. But if Alan Craig allows that ball to hit him, it's a dead ball. Dead ball, runner's return. But you'd get another crack at it, take you out of the double play. Correct? If it's intentional, though. I mean, if it's clearly intentional.
I don't know that you can award a double. I don't know if you can assume a double. I don't know. That's a good question. I've never seen that done. And you think you've seen everything in this game. That's why I bring a rule book, Dan.
As you said, you cannot assume the double play. 2-2 pitch.
You think you'd only certainly want to do that when you absolutely know it's a double play. That one was tailor-made.
(3-2). 1-out walk. Uggla is homered tonight. Nearly hit one into the third deck.
David Freese is actually on the cover of the 2012 edition of the official baseball rulebook, printed by MLB. And I've got about 120 pages worth of reading to do, Dan, and I'll be back to you.
Here's a ground ball. How about a double play here? Out at second and safe at first.
Close play, and he is in fact safe. Uggla hustling. Tough play for Schumacher to turn. He's got to hang in over the sliding runner Freeman. Skip does have a strong arm. Ball just not quite hit hard enough.
A hustle of Uggla extending it to McCann. 2 down as we play here in the top of the 11th. 7-7 game.
Up to page 60, Dan. Almost there.
One ball, one strike. McCann with a double in the third. He was grounded out and a pair of flyouts.
A lot of complaints about the strike zone tonight.
2-2 is hit to short. Nice work by Kyle McClellan. Schumacher for Kyle and Jay coming up. Backup catcher and outfielder.
Rule 7.09, Section G. If in the judgment of an umpire, a batter or runner willfully and deliberately interferes with the batted ball to avoid a double play, not only is he out, but so is the runner, and they'll call a double play.
Now Schumacher. From the Braves' perspective of things, I feel like you could go forever with Hernandez. No concern whatsoever. You wouldn't think.
I think he's going to go as long as he needs to go.
Yeah.
9 innings, doesn't matter. Again, it's opportunity for him. It's a job. He has always been a guy, Dan, that can just kind of throw all day. I mean, he doesn't mention throw very hard. You just have to get craftier as you get slower and slower during the course of the game.
1-1 is hit out to center. Hardest pitch so far has been 84 miles an hour. It's up, it's down, it's in and out. The range of the speeds is all over the place. Rafael Furcal will be the hitter. Once again, you can go to FoxSportsMidwest.com, our website. Debate about the all Tony La Russa team. That's a base hit for Furcal. Looked like he was guarding the line too and still got past him. Freddie Freeman down there at first.
Always a big philosophy. Do you play off the line or do you guard the line? Well, he guarded the line, so it gets past him on the other side. All kinds of debates on that. One of the problems with guarding the line so much is you limit your range.
John Jay takes a strike.
The closer you are to the line, look at the range that he has. He's basically only going to get a ball to his right now because everything else is foul. And so he's just taken away his range by being so close to the line. And I'm all for guarding the line, but I think you should be at least 4 or 5 feet off the line when you do it. And the goal, of course, for guarding line is to not let the ball get over the bag, because that's going to be a double. So you want anything hit to the first baseman's right would at least be as single as that was. So I get that. But to take away your range doesn't make sense.
1 ball, 1 strike. We talked about the possibility with Livan Hernandez. You know, do you want to start the runner here and steal a bag?
I think you're on that, Dan. I think that's certainly a possibility. He is kind of a quick step guy to the plate at times.
There he goes. And Jay, they chased the ball, and it looked to be a sure stolen base for Furcal.
Yeah, I don't know if he picked up the good jump that Furcal had, and it could actually even been a hit and run. But I think he takes that pitch. Cardinals have a runner in scoring position.
Brewers and Cubs, they are tied up. 7-7, top of the 10th. Houston beat Pittsburgh 1-0.
Sevens are wild, man.
Yeah. Washington with a 7-3 win over Cincinnati.
Be interesting to see if Washington is last year's Pittsburgh or if they're for real. Try it again.
Two, not running, and a called third strike.
You don't have to throw hard to get strikeouts.
First pitch to Holiday.
Talk about a no doubles defense. Bourne can't be any deeper. He was playing near the top of the arch earlier, just inside that, and he's another 10 yards behind it now.
The 1-0. At times that has been a strike tonight.
So he's giving away, Dan, the blue pit potential, because he knows that's not going to beat him. The double over his head would. And yes, it's been a floating strike zone.
The 2-0 pitch. Do some damage here. Floats in for a ball. Beltran is on deck. What a night he's had. He is a single away from the cycle. Wouldn't that be something? Here's a 3-0. .84 miles an hour. That's a BP fastball for these guys.
Sometimes that throws your timing off.
The 3-1 pitch. Let's see, Holiday had to wait. Eyes probably light up. Two outs. Furcal off with the pitch. He's the runner at first. 7-7 here in the 11th. There goes for Kyle. That's inside, and a chance for Carlos Beltran. And here come the fans again. What kind of night has it been for Beltran, if you're just joining us? Launching one into Big Mac land. His first of 2 on the night. Jump ahead to the 5th inning. This one would be a triple off the wall. Also a homer to tie it up in the 8th. Winning run at second. On base 4 times, 4 for 5. Single away from the cycle. Big gap in right center.
Not sure I've ever seen a walk-off cycle.
1-0 pitch. 1 ball, 1 strike. Here's a 1-1 pitch. 2-1. Is it me or does the strike zone tighten up a bit?
That looked pretty close. Hernandez wanted it.
The 2-1 pitch.
Nothing straight from Livan Hernandez.
Hardest pitch at 85. 344 average for Beltran in this spot. Runners in scoring position. The winning run at second base. A 2-2 count.
Surprised in spring training when the Astros were talking about Livan Hernandez. They said, you know, we really are struggling to find some starting pitchers, and we have him, and I thought he'd be a guy that they could use, would be serviceable. He's durable, pitches a lot of innings. Not eye-popping stuff, that's for sure.
The 2-2. This is in.
Moving again.
You would have to figure base hit would definitely win it now. Game on the line. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Pulled foul. Cardinals right now, only run that matters is at second base. So Holiday essentially isn't even running from first. He's getting a later jump, maybe to take himself out of the hitting view of Beltran. You got a lot of activity going on. The only one running with the pitch is for Kyle.
Still have to make sure you get to second base in case there's a force play there on a ball hit in the hole on the left side. I think I would be careful to Carlos Beltran, even in this situation. As hot as he is, deal with Craig. Maybe it makes more sense for Hernandez to deal with Alan Craig. We'll see if he tries to get him to swing it something out of the strike zone.
Here's a 3-2 pitch. And he walked him. Bases are loaded. Boy, he really took some tough pitches, didn't he?
He did. And they were close, and I think Hernandez was just trying to get him to jam himself. He had that second strike at the end where he fouled the ball back, where Carlos kind of let it get in on his hands. And I think he was just trying to get Carlos over anxious, but he's such a good on-base guy, Dan. He has the patience to take a walk, and that's exactly what he did now. Alan Craig gets a chance to finish the job. David Freese had his chance in the 10th. Now Alan Craig in the 11th.
Alan Craig has been on base 3 times. He's taken 2 walks, one of those intentional, and also a home run. That was back in the 4th inning. He went back-to-back with Carlos Beltran. 1-0 pitch to Craig. 1 ball, 1 strike. Here's a 1-1. Goodness. 1-2. Winning run is for Kyle. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Craig. With David Eckstein in the house tonight, perfect time to flash back to this. Albert says you're not going to need that. That was J-Rod. Walk-off grand slam in the old ballpark for David Eckstein. Why not do it again?
One of my favorite still photos that I've seen at the ballpark is a photo of David coming home from the third base angle to all the smiling faces. It's a great shot.
Here's a 1-2. Craig, broken back, little floater into center, and it's caught. Second inning of work for Kyle McClellan. Left in the bullpen for Mike Matheny, the lefty J.C. Romero, and also Fernando Salas. Kimbrel is left for Freddie Gonzalez. Here's Chipper Jones.
One of the things, Dan, the Cardinals haven't had to do this year, which they did quite a bit last year, is almost have that kind of extra reliever that would go back and forth from AAA to the big leagues. You kind of have your bullpen, but you get into a situation where a guy throws multiple innings, and then you had the guy down in AAA who was rested, and send him down, bring the other guy up. It's kind of a little game that's played really to have an extra arm in your bullpen. But early on, the starting pitching has been so good for St. Louis, they haven't needed to really do that trick. And Hope they still don't have to do that. Cardinals can get a run here soon. I don't think the bullpen's overly taxed today. But if you go much longer, start getting into 14, 15, 16 innings, then you've got a problem the next day. Both teams do.
And it's a walk to Jones. Leadoff walk.
The dangerous field at bat, Dan, with Chipper Jones.
That wily old veteran, you know,
yeah,
lulls you to sleep and then boom. The way he's going, I wonder in the back of his mind, he's saying, you know what?
I was just kidding.
Yeah, I might give this up a little too early. He's still productive.
Get back all the gifts that he gets.
Yeah,
goes from
here
city
you go.
to city.
Now it's Hayward sitting 257. 4 homers, 13 driven in. And he cranks one out to left center. Jay on the move, and it's gone. 2-run homer for Hayward. Number 5 comes on a 1-0 pitch.
There's that short stroke. When it's good and the power, gets his arm extended. Oh, it's crushed to center field.
Second home run that McClellan has allowed this year.
Cardinals will have Molina, Matt Carpenter, and the pitcher spot, which would be either Shane Robinson or Tony Cruz as a pinch hitter. And then back to Schumacher. And just the fact that as we watch the Atlanta Braves celebrate, that Yadier Molina is still in this game. Dan, amazes me even more. We're in the 12th inning and Yadi's still back there. Right.
Catch made by Jay for the first out.
Such a workhorse. We worried and questioned maybe whether his hand was 100% okay the first couple of innings. He struggled to catch a couple balls from Jaime Garcia, but he seems to have gotten through that. Maybe he was a little tentative on catching a couple of the balls. Garcia's ball was moving all over the place, but the good news is Yadi's managed to catch a hard 12.
Fly ball left center. Holiday is there to make the catch. Jack Wilson retired, the former Pirate. Kimbrel will come on, and the final pitcher that's left for the Atlanta Braves. Backhanded at third, and Bourne retired. Kimbrel coming in. Some happy Braves after the home run by Hayward. Their final pitcher left in their bullpen is Kimbrel. You have to wonder if Freddie Gonzalez was tempted to stay with Livan Hernandez. How about your card at home? Anything like that?
He's staying with it. I like it. Well, I think the question of Kimbrel coming into this game is you got to bring your closer in. You got a chance to win it here. If he gives up 2 runs, you're in trouble. You got to let him pitch 1 more probably, and that's a big if because Kimbrel doesn't give up very many. But if he does, you're out of pitching because you don't want him to go more than 2 under any circumstances. And that's when you're going to see an infielder pitch if the Cardinals can get a couple of runs across.
Rookie of the year last year. One ball, 1 strike.
I don't know how that ball didn't hit Yadi. And that's the left hand that was exposed too. That pitch up and in. If Tony La Russa is still at the ballpark, I would guess that his blood is boiling.
Right back up the middle. That's how you answer that. Tying run comes to the plate. Matt Carpenter has homered tonight. Craig Kimbrel, one of the first people that called him the end of last season, was Billy Wagner. Talk about the finish, what he had gone through, Kimbrel himself. Carpenter, a big cut, hits it out of play.
Cardinals were one of the first teams to get to Kimbrel last year. He kind of rolling right along, invincible almost, and the Cardinals kind of shook him up a bit. But he has a electric fastball, and he's just a kid.
0-1 pitch.
Years of age. He's only 5'11", 205 pounds. But he has a electric right arm and a good curveball to go with it. 46 saves a year ago. 127 strikeouts, Dan, in 77 innings.
It's getting it done,
I'll say. He only gave up 3 home runs all last year.
Nasty pitch. Strikeout of Carpenter. 1 away. It's not as if the Cardinals haven't had their chances tonight either, especially here in extra innings.
2 very good chances. David Freese at the plate, bases loaded, 1 out against Livan Hernandez in the 10th. They loaded the bases again against Hernandez in the 11th. This time it was Alan Craig lofting a fly ball to shallow center field. The second baseman made the play, and that ended that rally. Plenty of action, but no runs against Hernandez. .97 that last fastball.
that was quick.
And that's why he was the National League Rookie of the Year. Hernandez was throwing 81. Now Kimbrel's throwing 97. How fast does that look?
One ball, one strike on Schumacher. 1 for 2 in his career against Kimbrel, and he's 1 for 2 tonight.
Just can't lay off that high fastball. It looks like it's at the top of the strike zone, but it's not. It's higher than that, and it's popping even more out of the strike zone by the time it gets there. You just have to lay off, but it's very, very tough to do.
Puts it in play. It's hit to short. Forced play at second, and a long night of baseball comes to a close. Hayward's 2-run shot the difference in extra innings.
Exciting night of celebration for Tony La Russa and all of his friends here at the ballpark. They saw a lot of baseball action, as did the Cardinal fans here. Time to turn the page on 2011. Time to celebrate one last moment. Tony La Russa and his number being retired, but a tough loss for the Cardinals.
Don't go away. Missouri Lottery Cardinals Live post-game show comes your way next.